You ready to rock it?
Let's call this meeting to order this morning. Welcome to the Thursday, March 12th portion of our board meeting. As we discussed yesterday, we have a couple of changes to the agenda today. We are removing item 22 from the agenda, and we are going to start the morning with item 17B, which is an executive session item, and add item 19 before we get to our basin director reports.
Hey, Greg, can you close those doors, please? Good morning, everyone. Oh,
Yeah, there's people in here that are
Yeah, I think we might have some audience members.
during exec session. Really quickly. It'll be quick.
we have people in here.
No, we can't.
I usually do a full scan. Ready? Okay. Pursuant to statute, I recommend the board make a motion to go into executive session to consider item 17B as identified on the board's agenda. This executive session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of sections 24-6, 402, 382, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes and other laws that allow the board to enter into executive session. We need a motion.
Director Dutton moved to move into executive session to consider item 17B, seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
feed. Okay, beautiful. This is a report from the executive session that was moved from yesterday to today to consider item 17B. Pursuant to statute, the board went into executive session to consider item 17B. Discussion during the executive session was limited to just that item, and no formal action was taken, and we are now out of this executive session.
Thank you, Councilor Beatty. Just to remind everybody, we're catching up on agenda items from yesterday. We're moving on from item 17B to item 19, and Director Mitchell will provide us a report.
Thank you. I am going to allow Karen to briefly update on this one, and then I'll follow her up.
Karen Kwan, working with the staff at CWCB. Agenda 19, the staff is, the board has heard and from people in the public as well as their staff, they heard that there's a void that needs to be filled. And they recognize it's important for and the board recognizes that it's important for the staff to now go focus on working to figure out how to best bring the compact compliance information to the board so they can be prepared to best bring the information to the public.
Thank you, Karen, for bringing us agenda item 19. As the Colorado River Commissioner, but also the director of this board, I think it's important to acknowledge that we are the leaders in this state as we look forward and look to the future of all of the people of the state of Colorado. And that being said, it is important that we get out the information that is necessary for people to make good decisions, not only ourselves, but people on the ground that are operating reservoirs and ditch companies and utilities, and that is so incredibly important. So I think it is necessary for us to look at the ways that we can release that information that doesn't put at risk any of our negotiations moving forward. So I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the staff not only at the CWCB, but at the Attorney General's office for their efforts on this and really doing the best for all the people of the state of Colorado.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. If there's no further discussion, I'll move us on to agenda item 21, Basin Director Reports. And let's start with 21A, the Colorado River Main Stem Report. And I may start rotating the order of the Basin Director Reports upon request of some of the directors after this.
Well, in deference to our new member, we should maybe go in alphabetical order. Just saying. So we have a few pictures, but we'll see when they come up. But we'll look at the fact that right down the road from me in Basalt, they're redoing this. We'll go back one. Go back. To redoing the river park in Basalt yet again, $3.5 million park, but it had a few tricky spots in it. So they're back in the river, moving those boulders around. So we have a fun park, but one that isn't quite as treacherous as it has been, with some surprises in it. Thank you. So that's kind of news. So when that gets fixed up, you all need to come on down. Well, we'll be there actually in September. So I'm seeing this not going. So let's just go. We'll just go to the next one, please. But you can see how it affects the river, and it does indicate that right now the flows are pretty normal, and certainly in the Roaring Fork Basin, but the flows in the Upper Colorado are normal thus far. But we know the soils are dry, which is going to affect our runoff potentially. But March is our swing month, and we've had obviously rain, and now we're having rain up at the head of the valley, so you know that we're not getting the snowpack necessarily, but we're getting moisture, but it is in the form of rain, which could cause for some of the earlier runoff. But March will tell us if we're going to have an average or below average or the same kind of March that we had last year. Fingers crossed, as we all on the western slope are looking forward to, in spite of looking forward to a good snow month, but in spite of our friendly almanac, things are warmer than average, and they're projected to stay warm, and that's a little bit concerning for us. So the next one, please. So I'm looking at, this is a little hard to see from here, but it does look at the Upper Colorado Main Stem Basin's conditions, and based upon averages from the 1981 to 2010 average, but we're at 135% of February precipitation. The water year precipitation about 100% on average. Snow water equivalent a little above average. February stream flows on average. Reservoir, that's I think the other concerning piece is if we don't have these late snows, that they're about 80%, and then the forecast is about 100%. But as we mentioned, then that we've got an opportunity to look at what these new flows are going to look like, what these new forecasts are going to look like. So let's go to the next one. So that we are seeing this irregularity in our snowpack as we look at this one, I believe is the snowpack at, is this McClure? This is Independence Pass, can you see? So, which has a pretty good snowpack, but then if we go to the next slide, we're gonna look at the McClure Pass and how that is really not where the other areas are. So it's so variable on the western slope. I think it's so interesting as to what could happen if we don't see much where that's going to be falling off. Yeah, that would be Independence Pass, and then the next one is the McClure Pass. But more importantly, we're sort of missing that last one on mine. So we have this lot to pay attention to in this upcoming months, and I think we've got some great forecasting tools and even better ones to come, and how we will be moving forward. So again, I will be looking forward to welcoming everybody in July. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Director Schwartz? All right, we will move on to agenda item 21B, which is my director's report from the San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores basins. We were joking about whether we were going to put the snowpack summaries up today. I think ours is pretty interesting, so I wanted to put it up. The dark blue line that you see there, the darkest blue, is water year 2020, and you can see that in comparison to recent years, we were doing really well earlier in the winter, and then things just tapered off since our last meeting. So we're sort of hovering in the low 80% of normal and average. So it had sort of a disappointing February and beginning of March. I think we're all hopeful that we'll get a few more storms that'll help with our snowpack, but we're sort of planning on, not having the kind of year that we did last year. And it was disappointing because earlier in the winter we were sort of poised to be potentially on the same track as last year and just didn't see the storms come through. So I think a lot of water managers are thinking about this. We're not down in the sort of 2018, which is that yellow band at the bottom. But water managers are really thinking about filling storage, how they're going to manage water supplies for the year this year. There's a lot of work going on in the Southwest Basin on stream management and watershed planning, a lot of really exciting work. We're going to see some of it come today with the WSRF grants. We'll see some of it come with water plan implementation grants. We have a couple of really exciting projects out of Montezuma County. We have an applicant today who's going to tell you about the Fozzie's Farm project, so I won't steal his thunder, but good to see you here today. And the Nature Conservancy just closed a deal to help the Montezuma Orchard Restoration Project acquire a property that is looking at sort of building a hub around rebuilding the heirloom apple economy in the valley, which is really exciting work and is tied to conserving water in a basin where supplies are stretched pretty tight. The Southwestern Water Conservation District has their annual seminar planned for April 3rd. I heard as of yesterday that it is still on, but they're monitoring the situation with COVID-19, so stay tuned for that. We'd love to see you all in our basin. It's sort of the water event to be at. We'll see where it ends up with the ability to host it or whether it'll be postponed this year. The topic area is on forest health, and with the RMRI initiative and all the great work that's going on, I think it's just going to be a stellar seminar. So whenever they can host it, it's going to be great. And I will keep it short and end my director's report there today. And unless there are any questions for me, we'll move on to 21C Gunnison Basin.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. I don't have any slides today. I was just gonna hit 2 or 3 items here. Our snowpack's okay in the Gunnison Basin. No great shakes. Actually, we're pretty close to where we were a year ago, but I'm really not expecting a March and April like we saw in 2019. Our reservoirs are in good shape. I have full storage in both Ridgeway and Taylor. The North Fork doesn't quite look as good as the Uncompahgre and the Gunnison, but I believe they'll be also okay. I do have a couple items I'd like to discuss. The first one is Ramshorn. This is a reservoir which could be situated on Cow Creek. It was part of the initial Dallas project, which built Ridgeway Reservoir. Some interest in trying to develop Ramshorn has come back to the forefront. This grew out of a watershed study of the upper Uncompahgre by the upper Uncompahgre water users and Ouray County. That was financed with a grant from the CWCB. This proposed reservoir would hold some 24,000 acre feet. It's situated on Forest Service property. As I stated, it may be some help to us that it was actually part of the original Dallas Creek project, which was shrank considerably by the time it was built. Ridgeway Reservoir is really a fraction of the size it was once contemplated to be. The group of the upper Uncompahgre water users, Tri-County Water Conservancy District and Ouray County has filed an application for storage rights with the water courts. My organization has filed a statement of opposition and support. It's kind of backwards language for me, but that's what you do to support a proposed action by the court. The CWCB has filed a statement in opposition, which I firmly believe will be worked out. There's a chance we could actually become, the board could actually become a co-applicant. The concerns are, one, our in-stream flow rights in Cow Creek, but the reservoir actually talked about some in-stream flow benefits. So the opposition is to protect our rights as the only one that can hold in-stream flow water rights. The benefits, I believe, are several-fold. One, to the environment. It will support the stream flows in Cow Creek. The project consists of not only constructing the reservoir, but constructing a diversion from Cow Creek, which would feed into Ridgeway Reservoir, and then using the water that's stored as an augmentation for the water users in the upper Uncompahgre above the Uncompahgre project. This has the potential to maybe not eliminate calls that my association makes on the Uncompahgre, but to certainly minimize the number of times that happens, plus the duration of those calls. There's a lot of support in the area, but there's also some opposition. So hopefully we can get all the parties to the table and agree on a method forward. Changing the subject, we have a land and water committee that is made up of commissioners from Montrose, Ouray, and Delta counties, planners and so forth of those counties, plus the cities of Ouray, Montrose, Olathe, and Delta are also present. Water organizations, my organization, Tri-County, some of the smaller domestic suppliers, Minokan Water and Chipeta Water are also present, as is Project 7, which is the domestic supplier for all the other utilities in the valley. The conversation is on best practices. There's really two sides of it. One is education, trying to educate the public on what is and isn't permissible. I can give you one example of how far it gets away from us. As a gentleman wanted to build a dam on one of our laterals a year ago, and he was pretty persistent, but he didn't get the dam built. And then a policy, setting policies. One of the things that I see is as land is developed, raw water ought to be used for the landscapes. And what's currently happened is a lot of times where we have deliveries to the land, it's forgotten, and what really needs to happen at those points in time is develop a dual system, one for the domestic potable water and one for outside water. This whole thing is a real credit to Mike Berry, the manager of Tri-County. He's the driving force behind it. Montrose County, and certainly the county commissioner, Sue Hanson's very devoted to the cause, and I think it's going to provide some real benefits for us. Just wrapping up, a year ago I was talking about hemp and what it was doing in our valley. I've yet to hear from anyone that plans on planting hemp this year. And some of the real horror stories that you hear about people mortgaging their house to get into the business that was not very rewarding for them. We're in the process of, on my project, process of watering up. We try to have water in all our canals by the 1st of April, and in order to do that, you better start by the middle of March. We're busy burning canals and doing some few last-minute repairs to get ready for one of the things that presses us is our onion farmers. They like to be planted and irrigated by towards the last of March and definitely by the 1st of April. So we'll get them some water for some Olathe sweet onions. That's end of my remarks. So.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on up to the North Platte, agenda item 21D.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While they're loading a couple of slides, I'll just take this opportunity to welcome our new director, Felt, to the board, and I look forward to getting to know you and working with you in the future. So welcome. We're really glad to have you here. And I'd also like to just take a brief moment to publicly thank Karen Kwan. I was able to tell her this in person yesterday, so I think if she doesn't hear and she's out in the hall or something, I just wanted to recognize her service to the state of Colorado for the last 14 years and say thank you and recognize that her commitment to representing this board has been exemplary, and my previous board members in this North Platte seat have always spoken very, very highly of her, and I have also come to regard her very highly, so I just wanted to thank her publicly for her service to this board and to this state. And now I will move on to some North Platte items. So as some of you may know, there was a project done in the past in the town of Walden that I was bragging on previously in my director's reports, the solar array project. Trying to get this slide to come up. Don't know why that's not working. Anyway, for those of you that don't know, the town of Walden did an innovative project where they put some photovoltaic solar panels on one of their ponds at the water treatment plant. And this was one of the first projects ever in the United States to do this. And it prompted a study to be done by the National Renewable Energy Lab and the Colorado Energy Office and a consultant called C&T. And they wanted to go ahead and take a look and evaluate bodies of water in the state of Colorado that could also possibly put in one of these projects. And so I did receive a notice that this evaluation has come out from the Colorado Energy Office. And so it's available online. You can review it and read it. And in the interest of time, I'll just be brief, but they did identify 1,900 bodies of water in Colorado, which could be suitable for floating PV development. And here's kind of a map of some of the areas that they show the potential for this kind of project. A high number of those being in Weld County, as you can see there by the darkest color on that map. So this was interesting, and if you go and you want to review the study, it does identify, a lot of other areas that still need research and still need to be found out and figured out about these types of projects, but they are continuing to study the project in the town of Walden to see how those systems respond to our extreme weather conditions and our climate in that area. So it's a good pilot project in the town of Walden, I think, because we do get extreme temperatures, extreme weather, and lots of cold. So it'll be interesting to see how that continues in that study. And here's a link to where you can go and find that if you are interested in reviewing the assessment that they made in that report. I'll move on quickly to roundtable news. They did hold a meeting on February 18th, 2020. Mainly the topics included the Basin Implementation Plan update, and there was a presentation by Kara Sobieski of Wilson Water on that process. We are still taking applications for our local subject matter expert, so if you still want to try to get an application in to be considered for that from our roundtable, please do so. And we did fill one of our vacant IBCC representative seats for the basin. That person will be Barbara Vasquez, and we're happy that she has volunteered to take on that position, and we look forward to having her on the IBCC in the future. And our next Basin Roundtable meeting will be on Tuesday, March 17th from 3 to 5 p.m. at the U.S. Forest Service building in Walden. So if you would like to come join us for the meeting, we would definitely welcome you there next week. And with that, I'll take any questions in my report. Thanks.
Are there any questions for Director Trick? Thanks for sharing the solar pictures. That's exciting. Let's move on to agenda item 21E, South Platte.
All right, thank you. Chairperson, sorry. I'll try to be quick. I have no pictures this time, but I just want to welcome Greg, Director Feld, to the board. It's good to have you here. I'd like to thank Karen, and I'd like to congratulate Greg and Russ, and welcome Laura, Sam, and Marta. So, was that quick enough for you? Okay, now we'll go on. But after our last meeting, we had a Colorado Water Congress meeting, and my son has graduated from college, and he came to the pond event. I invited him to the pond event. And I don't know if you've ever been to the pond event or this pond event in particular, but you broke up into teams, wore little name tags, and you had to do games, archery, fishing, such things. So afterwards, he said, "So this is what you do at a conference," in quotes. And then he said, "You guys will never fill the gap by 2050. So anyway, I just thought I had to relay that little story. In our neck of not the woods, the reservoirs are topping off. We're in the midst of calving season, and farmers are starting to get out into the field as well. Typically, Director Anderson said they'd start water around April 1st or so. We normally don't start till a little bit later, so April 20th or later. So we're not thinking about that quite yet, but our snowpack is the best in the state, 120% of average, 91% at peak. It's kind of leveled off the last couple of weeks, but it's looking good. I just wanted to thank also the staff for the IBCC and demand management meeting that we had last week, and also Director George for his participation in that. I appreciate it very much. And there were 3 of us directors there, I think, unless I missed somebody, but Director Anderson and Director Schwartz were there as well. And so Director Brown earlier mentioned to me about, the board wasn't quite participating in it, and it is good to, since I'm an IBCC member, I get the inside track to that. So it's good to hear the discussion. So if there is some way that the board can be privy to some of those things or have a chance to get involved in that a little bit more before we have to make any kind of decision, that would be great. So, because it was a good meeting, and it was well run too. We've had 2 roundtable meetings since our last meeting, February 11th. We had a joint meeting with the Metro Roundtable, and we did a envisioning BIP exercise led by our CWCB staff. So that was good. We broke up into groups, and our roundtable is pretty big. So we had probably 70 people there, maybe, or so, with the Metro and the South Platte. And we also had a study on salinity, which was interesting to me. The salinity in our basin in the Denver area is rising slightly, but in the lower area in our area, it's actually trending downward. So they're still looking at reasons for that. You will be here. We had another roundtable meeting just Tuesday, and you'll be hearing a report later today about the South Platte Regional Opportunities Water Group, which is at the end of the day. And so that we have finalized that information, so you'll hear that at the end of the day. We also had 2 consultants apply for our local expert, and we have set up a committee to choose one of those local experts on our roundtable. Director Greenberg mentioned that the Colorado Agriculture Hall of Fame was 3 people were awarded or inducted into the Hall of Fame, one of which was a gentleman from our area, Chris Dinsdale, and he's part of the Dinsdale family that owns the Bank of Colorado. But he's from Sterling, and he's always a very generous guy, and he has always been involved in agriculture through feeding operation and also farming in our area. And his door is always open. He's just a normal guy, but it was well deserved for him to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So that's pretty exciting for us down in Logan County. I mentioned last time that Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District and Parker Water and Sanitation District, along with the Pruitt Reservoir, which I manage, filed for a water right down in our area that would use the Pruitt system. And it's kind of similar to the Sprague that you'll hear. It's almost like one of the components of that, though it's not, it wasn't brought forth that way, but it could be, and that's where we're trying to integrate it with the Sprague effort as we go along. But they filed a water right at the end of December, and we had 39 statements of opposition, which actually I thought there would be more, but so 39, that's not unusual in the South Platte. And then finally, I just, on a personal note, our family keeps growing. I have just announced 5 nieces that are now pregnant, and one great niece. So 6 of us in our family, and the great niece is the 6th generation Coloradoan coming along, and so that's pretty cool. But the bad part is my nephew will be a grandpa before I will, so that's a little hard to take. But on that note, we also have 4 weddings this summer, and one of which is my daughter. So my daughter Hannah is getting married in September, so we're pretty excited about that. And with that, I'll end.
Are there any questions for Director Yan? I expect to see lots of baby pictures from now on. We'll move on to item 21E, and I was remiss in failing to welcome Director Felt. We really are excited to have you here, and you can do your report.
You weren't remiss. I have felt a very warm welcome from everybody on this board and this staff from the get-go, and from our Attorney General and from the Governor as well. So I really want to thank everybody for that. This is, as you all have experienced, sort of a daunting chair to step into, or position to step into, but you've made me feel really welcome, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you in the years ahead. I also want to thank Jack Goebel, my predecessor. He took this really seriously, and through many challenges that he faced, he really did his best. And I know it was with mixed emotions that he decided to step down, but he's been helpful to me, and I'll be meeting with him kind of for a full afternoon session next Thursday, and kind of getting the download if things we haven't covered already. I mentioned yesterday too that ironically, I'm the chairman of the Chaffee County Board of Health. That has never caused me any sleepless nights, but it did last night, and things are changing for us up there. And so I also wish all of you well in the time ahead, and hopefully things can proceed at a pace that we can all manage. But I may well be leaving after lunch here to get back to the county and that responsibility, because along with that unforeseen challenge, we have another challenge that begins today, which is the U.S. Census goes live. And for all of us from rural areas, The studies vary, but each person counted is worth $1,200 to $2,500 per year. And so at a full count of Chaffey County is worth about $250 million over the next 10 years. And so that's just one more fun little to-do in the months ahead that we're working on. As far as the basin goes and snowpack and that sort of thing, the graphs that I'm getting from Southeastern that talk about the upper basin snowpack, which is really what we mainly rely on, most of us, and the frying pan snowpack, they're showing about 120% of normal. You're also seeing that steep climbing line starting to flatten out. We're getting more wind like we often do this time of year. And so I think the real issue is that we don't know how much snow we have or how it's going to translate into flows. And that was, I think, highlighted yesterday with that kind of final presentation. We rely on 3 gauges for the upper basin, and 2 of those, one's actually over Fremont Pass in the Blue River drainage, and one is over Monarch Pass in the Gunnison River drainage. So it's really hard to know what's going to happen, and so as a result, we're doing our annual balancing act on the Arkansas River in terms of trying to keep our upper reservoirs as full as we can while still keeping room for all the imports that we hope for, and then at the same time trying to avoid a spill down at Pueblo Reservoir. Every year, it seems like now, we wrestle with that. And we're trying to address that with really fragmented and pretty anecdotal information. The formulas that I've used for decades to weight the different snow-tell sites and things, I don't find them to be very accurate anymore. Things are changing. Still a lot of snow, but mostly at or above the level of the gauges, as was referenced yesterday. I think the easy path when you have these types of situations and uncertainty is to just fall back to self-interest and the prior appropriation system alone. And, I'll get mine and to heck with everybody else. But fortunately, that's really not the ethic for the most part on the Arkansas. And, I can thank the state engineer's office for that. I can thank Southeastern for that and Upper Ark and the many water users that have really come around to the idea that we can maximize our beneficial use when we communicate and collaborate. And so we've managed to prevent a spill out of Pueblo 4 or 5 years in a row when we were warned that, nope, this is this year for sure kind of thing, because we've been really working together. And it's, as I mentioned yesterday, that's the core of achieving anything better than sort of the bare minimum that just relying on the legal system provides. A couple other comments. In 2016, we had the Hayden Pass fire down between Salida and Canyon City in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Last fall, we had the Decker fire that just about burned into Salida. Didn't quite, but was out there at 1:30 in the morning with the sheriff evacuating people one night. Got really close. And I think what these fires have done, coupled with an infestation of spruce beetle moving up out of the south into the upper Arkansas River Valley, is just really drawn into focus the importance of forest health and the reality that our built infrastructure and our water management systems and agreements are all predicated on a healthy forest. They were all designed to function in that environment, in that situation. And so while I know that this board isn't specifically charged or maybe even authorized to really tackle forest health issues, you can be sure that in the Upper Arkansas Basin, we are working on that very hard, both basin-wide and with some funding that I think you'll hear about a little later. Chaffey County itself passed a conservation finance measure specifically to fund forest health. But to the extent that we can support the efforts through things like this LIDAR, whether it's actually as good as they described, I have no idea, but it sure sounded beautiful. To the extent we can support things like that, I think that will really be moving the ball in a positive direction and enable this cooperative, collaborative type of mindset to continue and to be even more effective and successful. So with that, again, thanks a lot for welcoming me here. I look forward to getting up to speed over the next months, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Feld? Director Schwartz?
Thank you. Just FYI category, I came before this board 7, 8 years ago and asked CWCB to start a grant fund for forest health. So I think it has been part of our work ever since.
All right. If there are no further questions, we'll move to agenda item 21G, City and County of Denver.
Thank you, everyone. I work for an organization, Denver Water, that serves 1.4 million people. We serve a quarter of the state's population with safe, healthy, and COVID-free drinking water. And unfortunately, like Director Felt, I may need to duck out a little early to get back to my day job as we continue our planning efforts. We are working very proactively to make sure that all of our employees and especially our essential personnel are safe so that we can continue our essential functions and serve water to the Denver metro area. So with that, Metro Roundtable's been busy. You heard a little bit from my friend over in the South Platte, so I won't spend too much time on that. But there is currently scheduled a Metro Roundtable meeting this afternoon for anyone who hasn't gotten enough. In particular, the SPRAG group will be presenting their final report and also an evaluation of potential non-point source treatment options to supplement all the existing treatment. You've heard me talk before about the lead reduction program that Denver Water kicked off January of this year. Just to give you an update on current activities, we are on track with all of the milestones that we've committed to so far this year. In particular, we implemented a pH increase, which is making its way through our treatment system. The intent of that is to further protect those lead pipes so that lead isn't leaching into drinking water in properties that are served by lead service lines. We are also kicking up our education and outreach campaign. We are starting a broad-scale distribution of filters to approximately 100,000 households that will start this month and continue through the summer. We also started our lead service line replacement program. So Denver Water in-house crews started those lead service line replacements in January. We've got about 5 contractors on board who have started their efforts this week, in fact, in different neighborhoods across Denver. And those neighborhoods are prioritized based primarily on exposure risk. So those areas where we have the greatest concentrations and the highest lead levels are the neighborhoods that we've targeted first to replace lead service lines. So you're going to start to see crews in different areas of the city work to get those lines out. Another big body of work that we've been working on actually since last year is to do an inventory of all of the known and suspected lead service lines within our entire service area, which you can find on Denver Water's website. We revamped the page discussing the lead reduction program. So there's lots of great information there, which I'll go into in a bit more detail. But there's also links to EPA, CDPHE, for folks who have questions about their exposure risks and how lead can affect both young and old alike. In particular, one of our early action items was to create, again, the lead service line inventory, which is the map that you see there. And when you go to the map, you can zoom in on any property in our service area, and there's a little symbol that indicates the likelihood of lead. So there's the top category is properties where, based on our testing, whether that's a water quality test or potholing in the street, we have already determined with a high degree of certainty that there is a lead line at that property. The next category is those where we suspect that there may be a lead service line, and that's based on a whole robust statistical analysis looking at the date that the property was developed, any information we have in our records about whether the line may have been replaced, what we know about lead service lines in that area. That information will continue to change. And essentially what you're going to see happen over the next couple of years is properties are going to be pushed into the known category or the determined not to have lead as we go out and do further water quality testing and potholing across our service area. But right now we have quite a high number of lines that are still in the maybe category. All of those properties, whether they're known or in the maybe category, will be receiving filters. So until we determine affirmatively that there's not a lead service line, Denver Water will be providing pitcher filters to those properties and replacement cartridges until 6 months after the line is replaced or until we determine that there is no lead line. So we encourage anyone who is served by Denver Water either directly or through a distributor to check and get information. Again, this is the best information we have available today. It will continue to get better as we go. But we want people to be educated and informed about what their risks are. And we're encouraging everyone who has questions to either call Denver Water if they want to know more information about this map and what it means for them, or to reach out to either their medical provider or CDPHE or Denver Department of Public Health and Environment if they have questions more generally about the risks of lead exposure. Other hot topics right now, there's a lot going on both at the federal and state level in the legislative and regulatory spheres. The federal government recently published a proposed major overhaul of NEPA that affects many of us who are in the business of developing water projects, whether you need a 404 permit or some other type of federal permit, grant, or approval. These NEPA changes are something I would encourage everyone to read and pay attention to. WOTUS, I know we've talked about at this board, so I won't go into detail, but again, that affects many of us. For those of us who supply drinking water, I talked last month about proposed changes to the lead and copper rule that EPA published. And I do anticipate that we're going to see a continued fast pace of regulatory developments over the next few months before the election. So stay tuned for more on that. And then PFAS is, again, something I've touched on before, and we continue to see developments both at the federal level and also at the state level. There's both legislative and regulatory activity as we speak around PFAS. So I encourage everyone to pay attention, take a look, because this affects all of us either as water suppliers, and it affects our water quality across the state. That's it for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Brody? Seeing none, we'll move to the Rio Grande.
Thank you very much. Director Brody, I am enjoying this map right now, so thanks for sharing that with us. I want to echo the welcomes and thanks. Welcome, Director Felt. I know I welcomed you yesterday, but I'm really excited to have you here and to get to know you and work with you. Thank you so much to Karen. Your work has been inspiring and informing and just so helpful, and so I appreciate everything that you've done. And just a hearty thanks to the entire staff for all of your continued work, even those of you who didn't present at the board meeting but are still here or who are listening in. Just know that we truly appreciate you, and we appreciate everything that you do to keep us moving forward and keep the wheels on this big old bus. So thank you guys sincerely for all that you do for the agency. And also thanks to Director George, and again for the staff who helped him pull off what sounded to be a really great event last week. So thank you all who had a hand in that and represented us so well at the IBCC. Going down to the valley, it's springtime, so we have got a lot of mud and a lot of cranes. It's always exciting to hear the first cranes and to get to enjoy seeing them around the valley. I'm not going to take the time to show it today, but I encourage you all to look up Colorado Open Lands. Just put out a really nice film about the cranes in the valley and about the tie between water and agriculture and the existence and then future of the cranes. And so I hope you'll take some time to look at that, because it's an excellent video that was put out by our local crane expert with Colorado Open Lands, Max, and his brother, which is pretty inspiring that the two of them were able to put together such a beautiful piece. Since it's springtime, people are preparing for planting, and so you can see there's a lot of activity going on, and I've noticed my antsier neighbors are already hooking stuff up and driving around. I haven't really seen anyone in the fields yet, but maybe while I was gone, they snuck in there. People are also really actively preparing for the implementation of the well rules and regulations, which will officially go into effect in March of 2021. And so the conversations have really escalated about, making sure that all of the non-exempt wells have a plan and are covered so that people aren't shut off on that date. And so yeah, it's been really busy, and a lot of conversations about making sure people are getting covered by sub-districts or getting their own augmentation plans so that everyone has a plan. We had a roundtable meeting on Tuesday, and it focused on talking about the BIP update and how that will be structured, and then education efforts both from WECO and then our local education initiatives that you'll hear about later in the WSRF grants. And we also had an update from the IBCC meeting and a demand management work group update. And so those are both super informative. In a couple weeks, we have our annual Rio Grande Water Leaders course.
1, 2, 3, 1.
Oh.
Check, 1, 2.
Nice. I've got a co-presenter.
Check.
This is exciting.
Mic check. Hey, hey.
Oh, hey. Hey. I wonder if I'm in his meeting too. Anyway, so we're putting on our annual water leadership course, which is where we take the opportunity to invite people to come and learn about the history of water development in the valley and the ongoing efforts and projects, and then what we anticipate the future need is for leaders, for people to be on, water district boards, ditch boards, just filling all these roles, because it's increasingly important that we have smart, dedicated, educated folks that are willing to come to the table and work on these issues. And so we try to put on this course every year. It's a big team effort, and it's always very exciting. The Rio Grande Compact meeting is also coming up in Santa Fe, so if you have any interest in coming, let me know and we can coordinate and get some green chili. It's a really, really interesting time to hear the updates from the 3 states and Mexico on compact matters. And then I'll end just with an update on our basin snowpack. We are sitting at 94% of average today, but the preliminary flow estimates are taking into account the estimated forecast of I think below average snowpack and then drier conditions. So the preliminary flow estimate for the Rio Grande is 505 acre feet, which is 83% of average. Average at the Del Norte gauge is 660 acre feet. So we're kind of getting that in mind and preparing for a potential below average year. And comparing that to last year, which was 932,000 acre feet, it could be quite a change. So that's what's going on. If there's any questions, I would take them.
Are there any questions for Director Dutton? Seeing none, we'll move to the Yampa.
Last but not least, so the things you're missing in my shortened board report include a tractor with a blower video rescuing my family after 3 days and 28 inches of snow in our driveway, and our new addition, which is another puppy, so maybe next time. Thank you to Karen. I won't belabor the point, but I've learned a lot from her wherever she is in the back, so it's been great getting to know you and look forward to continuing our friendship. Also, congratulations to Greg and Russ on your new roles. Regarding my basin, in fact, we have met so frequently this board, it feels, that our basin roundtable meetings have been outside those bookends, so I have no new news to report there. As of March 11th, we are at 113% of average snowpack. March has been significantly less snow than an average year. But I think what's interesting is that the observations from our local water users are that there is more snow in the lower valley than is typical. So this brings the point of the LiDAR presentation we had last month, that the SNOTEL data, the snowpack observations can only give us so much information, and then it's always interesting to rely on those folks that have been keeping records for a while, to tell us what they're really seeing on their ground and what they're expecting moving forward. So next time you'll also see a great chart that the Fetcher Ranch has been keeping for many years on when the snow is off their fields, and how 50 years of data can show us, his observations of climate change. So just really a preview of May. That's all. So thank you so much. And
Thank you, Director Brown. Any questions? If not, we will take our morning break. It's 10:36 right now. Let's take a 10-minute break and get back to it to try to stay on schedule today. And wash your hands before you touch the coffee. Please.
Test. Does that work? Good.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's recommence after our break. Just a reminder that we removed item 22 off the agenda. We will start with item 23, WSRF grant applications, and I will hand it over to Director Mitchell.
In light of some of the this is Director Mitchell, by the way. In light of some of the recent events, we're going to do this slightly differently than we normally do. We have a few board members that have some urgent matters, so I just want to make sure the public's aware. We're going to go through them, and rather than voting on each one individually, we're going to go through them, through description, invite the applicants to come up and speak, and then vote on all of them in a block. As board members, if you would like to pull any out for further discussion, or if you feel like they need to be pulled out for any reason, we can separate those. But we'll be voting on agenda item 23A through S. And what?
23A through Y.
A through Y.
With the exception of 23T, which was withdrawn by the request of the applicant.
Perfect. The change of fiscal agent should be a separate vote.
Okay,
So,
great.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's good to see you all. Craig Gabu, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 23A. It's an action item and is a grant request recommended for approval by the Arkansas Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative for the project titled ARC Basin Fire, Flood, and BIP Initiative. The purpose of this application, the purpose of this application is to assist the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative leverage federal, state, local, and private funds to strategically develop, expand, and execute fuel mitigation projects across the basin. The collaborative strategy is to expand on current projects and work with existing partners to create cohesive mitigation projects across all jurisdictions to protect water supplies while providing much-needed boots-on-the-ground project management and stakeholder engagement for the development and implementation of these critical projects. The collaborative will work with its partners to engage constituents, encourage leadership, and develop forest mitigation projects. In addition, funding will be leveraged with partner funds to provide essential resources, expertise, and to support mitigation and to support mitigation of the risks and damages caused by the Decker post-fire conditions. These efforts will include, but are not limited to, act as the lead for the Recovery Multi-Agency Committee, act as a consultant for the local government through the post-fire response programs and projects, provide initial mapping, analysis, and assessments for the county, aid in the development of initial watershed modeling and identifying values at risk. Furthermore, the collaborative efforts will also provide education, outreach, and project development in the lower basin and provide guidance and assistance to the local expert that drafts the basin implementation plan. The applicant requests $89,892 from the Arkansas Basin account and $255,182 from the statewide account. Staff recommends approval. Chelsea Nutter, Executive Director of the Collaborative, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address any concerns you may have.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions for Craig? Seeing none, Chelsea, if you'd like to address the board, please make sure to state your name for the record.
Hello, Chelsea Nutter, Executive Director of the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative. I'll try to keep this short. First, I just want to thank the CWCB Board for your consideration of our grant application. And more importantly, I just want to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to CWCB and especially the CWCB staff for the guidance and support and direction that you have given ARWIC as we continue to grow and build our organization. And through this grant application, we hope to extend that support and guidance and direction to Arkansas Basin communities to help them identify needs and create collaborative, impactful projects to help address those needs.
Well, thank you for coming today. Are there any questions for Chelsea? All right. Well, if there's no reason to pull this out of the block vote, let's move on to 23B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Arkansas Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is Huerfano County Water Conservancy District for the project titled Bruce Canyon Reservoir 50% Design. The purpose of this application is to assist Huerfano County Water Conservancy District develop a 50% design development package for Bruce Canyon Reservoir project, which will include geotechnical analysis typical of a 50% design for small dams in Colorado, hydrologic analysis of the dam per DWR dam and safety rules and regulations, develop a 50% design drawings for Bruce Canyon Dam, working with the Colorado Dam Safety Branch to address their input on dam design, and presentation of the 50% design to the Caceres Basin Storage Collaborative Group. The applicant requests $17,643 from the Arkansas Basin account and $35,283 from the statewide account. Kent Mace, Vice President of the Huerfano County Water Conservancy District, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions.
Are there any questions for Craig? And I'm sorry, there is someone in attendance?
Yes, Kent Mace, Vice President of the Conservancy District.
Kent, would you like to address the board today?
He's going to be representing the next item as well. Do you want?
I'd like to just check to make sure that if there are any questions from our board about this particular
Mace
project.
from Huerfano County Water Conservation District.
Well, welcome, Kent, and it looks like there are not any questions about this application, so if there's no reason to pull this from the block vote, let's move on to agenda item 23C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an action item. This is agenda item 23C. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Arkansas Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is Huerfano County Water Conservancy District for the project titled Maria Stevens Reservoir 50% Design. The purpose of this application is to assist Huerfano County Water Conservancy District develop a 50% design development package for Maria Stevens Reservoir project, which will include 50% geotechnical analysis, 50% hydrologic analysis, 50% design drawings, working with the Colorado Dam Safety Branch, and presentation of the 50% design to the Caceres Basin Storage Collaborative Group. The applicant requests $17,500 from the Arkansas Basin account, and staff recommends approval. And once again, Kent Mace is available, as am I.
Does the board have any questions for Craig or Kent? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And I guess I would ask Kent maybe to share with us how the basin's identified these two projects when you had other water needs.
In our attempt to start storage in Huerfano County, we've been through a lot of engineering so far, and we had an original study done, and out of that study we identified 4 or 5 areas to look at further, and we got our 30% funding together with everybody involved, and that led us to focusing on 2 of those areas for water. We had our favorite one come in at a way higher cost in acre foot per dollar, and so we're going to have to drop back and re-look at that location. Whether we can move that structure around or not, we don't know. That's come up in the last month. But we're incredibly excited about moving forward to 50% study, because now we can get the state to get in and informally tell us what they think and how we can proceed, which would lead us to eventually getting 2 new storage pots of water in Huerfano County. The county is basically we're a drought county, and it just gets worse when we have drought, and the 2 pots of water would stabilize our ability to make it through a dry season or 2, which we can't now. When we have a drought, we start suffering at the end of that season. We're hoping that this will push us to be able to make it through 2 seasons in drought, which is coming. We just don't know when.
Are there any further questions on this application? Director Yan.
Craig, in our board packet, I noticed in the discussion part, it said both of these reservoirs were 1,406 acre feet, but I believe one of them is 2,700 or something like that. One of them's an enlargement, I believe. So.
I'll look into that and make sure I correct
Okay.
the record
Yeah.
as far as their storage capacity for each.
Right, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you,
Okay,
Director
thanks.
Yon.
Craig, will that affect a block approval of the staff recommendation, or is it just?
No.
Okay. Well, unless anyone would like to pull this off the block vote, let's move to agenda item 23D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23D. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Arkansas Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the St. Charles Mesa Water District for the project titled St. Charles Mesa Cottonwood Irrigation Ditch Number 2 Headgate Augmentation Station Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the St. Charles Mesa Water District repair and replace the Cottonwood Irrigation Ditch Number 2 diversion gate and partial flume. Details of the infrastructure project include reestablishing the headgate in Cottonwood Creek, which requires the setting of a precast head wall and installation of a new grate. To help stabilize and prevent dislodging of the headgate, on-site riprap will be grouted. Replacement of the partial flume is necessary, along with the installation of a mass concrete foundation to stabilize against movement. Erosion has occurred around the headgate diversion structure on Cottonwood Creek, causing it to move and lift during the winter months and resulting in St. Charles Mesa Water District not being able to receive their full decreed diversions during certain months of the year. These infrastructural repairs will allow for a more efficient water delivery of their fully decreed 3.8 cubic feet per second through the flume. Cottonwood Irrigation District Number 2 water rights accounts for nearly 50% of their municipal water supply. The applicant requests $10,040 from the Arkansas Basin account, $100,400 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Gracie Goodwin, project manager for the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District, on behalf of the grantee, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns.
Are there any questions for Craig? Gracie, would you like to address the board? And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Gracie Goodwin, Project Manager, Upper Ark Water Conservancy District, and I'm here on behalf of Upper Ark and representing for St. Charles Mesa Water District. And we just want to say thank you for your time, your consideration of this grant, and your commitment to fixing aging infrastructure so that we can have better headgates and better water delivery. Any questions?
Well, thank you for coming. Are there any questions for Gracie? Well, thank you for joining us today. If there is no reason to pull this from the block vote, let's move to agenda item 23E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23E. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Colorado Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Grand Valley Audubon Society for the project titled Audubon Nature Preserve Wetlands Improvement Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the Grand Valley Audubon Society, Ducks Unlimited, and other partners to improve riparian and wetland habitat on the Audubon Nature Preserve property in Grand Junction. This publicly accessible, highly visible property is adjacent to the Colorado Main Stem, endangered fish habitat, a state park, and a public trail. It is located on the edge of the Central Flyway, a major migratory corridor for waterfowl and other birds. Currently, the property supports some population of wetland birds and other wildlife. However, managers have no means to manage available habitats to maximize use by wildlife. Water quality is poor and anoxic. Wetlands hydro periods are driven by groundwater fluctuations, which are out of phase with the migratory waterfowl needs. This effort will improve wetland habitat on 11.5 acres of former gravel pit ponds and semi-permanent wetlands by recontouring ponds to create shallow wetlands. A Approximately 23 acres of riparian forest will be improved via removal of invasive phreatophytes and planting of native species. Water from the Grand Junction Redlands Tail Race will be used to optimize seasonal water levels and improve water quality. The applicant requests $25,000 from the Colorado Basin, $50,000 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Matt Reedy, regional biologist with Ducks Unlimited, on behalf of the grantee, is in attendance today. We're both available to take questions or address your concerns.
Are there any questions for Craig? Matt, would you like to address the board? And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt Reddy, regional biologist with Ducks Unlimited. I'm happy to be here to answer any questions the board may have about this new partnership that's forming on the lower Colorado River. We're happy to see these types of projects occur in a landscape that we haven't done a lot of this kind of work, and certainly with this kind of partnership.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I noted the partnership and the number of entities involved in the match here, and those are always good projects. So thanks for putting that together.
Sure.
If there's no reason to remove this from the block vote, let us continue on to item 23F.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23F. It is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Colorado Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is a Garfield School District number 16 for the project titled Diamond Ditch Piping Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the school district to replace an open ditch delivery system sourced from Parachute Creek with approximately 2,000 feet of 24-inch pipe. The existing system is approximately 6,000 feet long and has been mostly piped except for the first 2,000 feet, which has significant conveyance losses estimated at 20% of the diversion. These losses impact the ability of the ditch users to receive irrigation water needed, particularly at the athletic fields at Grand Valley High School. Additionally, the ditch work will address significant hazards to the ditch from the sheer 30-foot earthen embankments looming above the ditch and undercutting of the ditch embankment by Parachute Creek. NRCS is providing in-kind ditch pipeline and grading design for the project. The requested WSRF funds will be used for construction of the pipeline, embankment grading, including material costs and contractor fees. Diamond Ditch is utilized by 5 others, including hay irrigators, soon to be constructed greenhouse agricultural production, and 3 residences. Recently, there has been as much as 38 acres of irrigation under the ditch. The applicant requests $25,000 from the Colorado Basin account, and staff recommends approval. John Martinez, Director of Maintenance for the school district, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Craig? John, would you like to address the board? And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm John Martinez from School District 16 in Parachute, Battlement Mesa. We just want to say thank you for considering us, and we appreciate it, and the safety of the ditch and everybody around it. So we appreciate it from the city and the school.
Are there any questions, Director Schwartz?
And thank you. Just a question. I see the contribution from the school district, but then there are other irrigators on the project. Are they contributing to the cost?
No, they're not. We're going to be taking on most of the burden, and we have you folks are helping us, as well as the Cliffs. They're going to help us too.
Did they contribute in the other improvements on?
No, they just don't ever use it anymore. So that's the problem. They're not using the water. It's their water, but they don't want to do anything with it. So it's mostly big companies.
I appreciate the school district stepping up and using the water.
Yes, ma'am.
For your purposes.
And I just want to note that it's not every day we see a school district applying for funds, so happy that we can support this. If there are no further questions about this and no reason to pull it from the block vote, let's move on to item 23G.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Agenda Item 23G. It's an action item and is a grant request recommended for approval by the Colorado Basin Roundtable. The applicant is the West Divide Water Conservancy District, while the grantee will be the Colorado River Water Conservation District for the project titled Crystal River Basin Augmentation Investigation. The purpose of this application is to assist the Colorado River Water Conservation District develop for West Divide Water Conservancy District a feasibility level study to develop a plan for augmentation in the Crystal River Basin. The drought of 2018 highlighted the fact that at least 6 subdivisions and various other junior water users do not have a legal water supply during a senior water right call on the Crystal River. During 2018, emergency substitute water supply plans were required to ensure municipal water deliveries. It has become apparent that a basin-wide augmentation solution is needed. Division 5 has indicated that they will begin issuing cease and desist orders for any junior users not actively working toward a solution. This work will focus on the following: quantify existing demands within the Crystal River drainage, evaluation of the exchange potential at key locations within the basin, evaluate basin-wide augmentation strategies, update and reevaluate small storage alternatives, evaluate new storage recharge alternatives, develop a basin-wide augmentation strategy, perform public outreach and education with various Crystal River environmental groups to educate them about the ongoing augmentation issues, and evaluate various methodology for financing and implementation of a plan for augmentation. No on-channel main stem Crystal River storage will be sought, with the exception of possible alluvial aquifer storage. The applicant requests $12,500 from the Colorado Basin account, $12,500 from the statewide account. Staff recommends approval. Andy Mueller, General Manager of the Colorado River Water Conservation District, is in attendance, and we're both available to take questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Andy, would you like to address the board? And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Andy Mueller, General Manager at the Colorado River Water Conservation District. I just want to say this is an opportunity for our district and the board to collaborate with residents in the Crystal River Valley and acknowledge, I will be the first to acknowledge that our relations with some Crystal River Valley residents has not always been great. We're hoping that this is a new chapter, and we hope to find an augmentation source that works for everybody in the valley, keeps the town of Marble, the city of Carbondale, and the 6 subdivisions in between with water during the drought years. So would appreciate your help on this. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Andy? Director Dutton.
I don't have a question about this, but Andy, since you're back, I'd like to ask you some questions about item 13.
Excellent.
No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for hanging around
Sure,
and being willing to speak on behalf of these folks.
Andy, I just wanted to note that rivers that don't have augmentation supplies are really hard to manage in times of drought. Some of the rivers that I work on, dealing with even environmental issues, is really hard without augmentation supplies. So I understand why you're doing this, and thank the River District for their leadership to see if there are solutions.
Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Thank you. I think people can hear me for the most part, but so just again, clarification on the grant, because this has been, it was controversial as it went through the roundtable, and so first of all, preserving the wild and scenic characteristics of the river being a priority of the Crystal River Caucus, as well as I assume the district recognizes that. And then the concern of Pitkin County. I think that was one of theirs, and so the storage, and it's very clear that the study will not include any on-channel storage, and looking at some of these other opportunities. I really appreciate those values being a priority moving forward, but also the opportunity for the district to work with and having a success, I think, in the Crystal River Valley and Basin and all the interest groups. So I think this could start and a really important conversation because it's a critical need when you look at the number of subdivisions up there. It is in Garfield County. Not all of it's under conservation easement. What could be the growth potential in the future? So this is, I think, an important first step. Do you have thoughts about that?
I do. I would say many of those subdivisions, the 6, are actually in Pitkin County.
No, I'm
And
talking
Pitkin County approved those subdivisions without an adequate supply of water, I would just point out, going back as far as 1960. And they are concerned about having an augmentation plan that might actually interfere with the wild and scenic potential of that river. And we're committed to trying to avoid that. I will tell you that the division engineer is convinced that there needs to be some storage above Avalanche Creek, which in our mind, and I think in the mind of many of the environmental advocates, would potentially interfere with that wild and scenic issue. So we're going to do everything we can to avoid that. The division engineer seems to think that that is going to be very challenging. We will work with them on that. There are ways to do an exchange, and we've got some very creative engineers, and hopefully we can figure that out. But we're very committed to not having a dam on the main stem. And it's interesting, this augmentation plan, if you will, spans 3 counties, because Marble is in Gunnison,
Yes.
Pitkin County, and Garfield County.
So I was just referring to potential growth in the Garfield County portion of the valley. And so, and I think that this is a really important issue to now try and address. And again, 3 counties that probably don't talk very well to each other. So it is a unique position that you're in to start this conversation.
Right, and if we're really good, in the end, they'll all be friends, so. All right, thank you.
If there are no further questions and no reason to pull this off the block vote, we'll move to agenda item 23H.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23H. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Redlands Water and Power Company for the project titled Pump Line Replacement Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the Redlands Water and Power Company's efforts to continue to pump irrigation water to the benchlands high above the Colorado and Gunnison rivers. Redlands Water and Power Company must replace their existing pump line, which provides irrigation water for residential lawns and gardens, orchards, vineyards, alfalfa fields, and pasture grass. The project is phase 1 of a much larger project that will modernize the company's entire pump station number 1. The project will replace pre-2007 sections of the existing pump line with 100 feet of 48-inch diameter steel pipe, 900 feet of 48-inch HDPE pipe. The entire project is within the company's property, with portions of the pump line to be installed beneath the dirt maintenance road owned by the company. The project will also include a parallel 12-inch HDPE pipeline with turnouts for users that receive water directly from the pump line. The parallel line will prevent the system-wide shutdowns that currently occur when unplanned emergency maintenance is required. The applicant requests $50,000 from the Gunnison Basin account and $75,000 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Kathleen Curry, chair of the Gunnison Basin Roundtable and a consultant to the Redlands Water and Power Company, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions for Craig? Kathleen, would you like to address the board? And please remember to state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Curry. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Director Mitchell for considering this application. This is a really good fit with our basin implementation plan. It's a Tier 1 project. We are very grateful for your support on for infrastructure improvements, because this is a company that drives a lot of the way our river looks. They have a senior right at the very end of the Gunnison River, and it's really important that we keep that system up and running. So thank you.
Are there any questions for Kathleen? Well, thank you for joining us today. If there's no reason to pull this off the block vote, let's move to item 23I.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23I. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. The applicant and the grantee is the Lake Fork Valley Conservancy District for the project titled Lake Fork River Enhancement Project Phase 3. The purpose of this application is to assist the Lake Fork Valley Conservancy continue their efforts to restore 3,200 lineal feet of river and restoration of 5.5 acres of habitat. They also seek to complete the interpretive river trail system, which includes design and installation of 8 additional plaques with accompanying guide and educational curricula. These efforts are part of the future Lake Fork River Recreation Corridor in the town of Lake City. The planning process for this corridor is ongoing as part of their strategic plan for 2020 through 2024. The applicant requests $20,000 from the Gunnison Basin account, $131,355 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. The applicant was unable to attend today's meeting, but I'm available to answer questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Unless there's a reason to pull this from the block vote, I'll suggest we move on to item 23J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23J. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the City of Ouray for the project titled Non-Potable Water Supply Project Phase 1. The purpose of this application is to assist the City of Ouray and the Ouray Ice Park Incorporated develop a Phase 1 study for a non-potable water supply project that includes a conceptual design and CWCB loan feasibility study for the construction of a 10-inch diameter potable water line and converting an existing 10-inch potable water line to a non-potable water supply pipeline. Funding for the project will be used for surveying, water rights evaluation, existing utility mapping, geotechnical investigation, 30% level conceptual design, environmental permitting evaluation, easement needs assessment, and a CWCB loan feasibility study for the possibility of a construction loan for the project. The applicant requests $25,000 from the Gunnison Basin account, $41,300 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Ben Von Thaden, consulting engineer for the City of Ouray, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions for Craig? Ben, would you like to address the board? And please remember to state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Ben Von Thaden. I'm a hydrologist with Wright Water Engineers, and I just wanted to thank the CWCB board for consideration of this project, and just wanted to emphasize the non-potable uses that have historically experienced a supply shortage and would be supported with this project. And they include irrigation in the town of Ouray, recreation uses with the ice park and the hot springs that's in town, as well as the hydropower plant. So thank you for your consideration.
Does anybody have questions for Ben? Ben, thanks for making it. I was excited to see this application. I'm nerding out a little bit on the idea of separating potable and non-potable water, so thanks for bringing it to us.
Thanks, Lee.
If there are no further questions or reasons to remove this from the block vote, we'll move to 23K.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23K. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is a terrace irrigation company for the project titled Alamosa River Water Delivery Improvement Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the Terrace Irrigation Company and the Alamosa Lahara Water Conservancy District remove and replace an existing headgate on the main canal, install automatic controllers on the headgate on the main canal and Canal Creek, and purchase and install 5 or more satellite recorders on Alamosa River diversions. The diversions along the Alamosa River are currently diverted with deteriorating and out-of-date headgates. The applicant requests $15,000 from the Rio Grande Basin account, $90,000 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Virginia Christensen, board member, and Kent Reinhardt, president of the Terrace Irrigation Company, are both in attendance, and we're all available to take questions or address your concerns.
Are there any questions for Craig? Virginia and Ken, would you like to address the board? And if so, please make sure to state your name for the record.
Virginia Christensen, Terrace Irrigation Company Board of Director.
Kent Reinhardt, Terrace Irrigation Board of Director.
We'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, and we'd like to thank the board for considering this application. We believe this is a strong project. Will dramatically increase the accurate delivery and administration of the Alamos River. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Well, thank you for coming all of this way. And if there are no questions or reasons to remove this from the block vote, we'll move to 23L.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23L. It is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is a Colorado Open Lands for the project titled Jackson Ranch Conservation Easement. The purpose of this application is to assist Colorado Open Lands provide the remaining needed funding to purchase a conservation easement on the Jackson Ranch. The 433-acre Jackson Ranch has significant senior water rights and is part of an important agricultural corridor and part of the open lands landscape priorities for the San Luis Valley. The conservation easement on Jackson Ranch will tie its senior water rights on the Conejos River system to the property, preventing an outright sale of those water rights. Conservation of this ranch keeps the existing hydrology intact, which ensures return flows to downstream users and the river. This water right provides flood irrigation to 80 acres of alfalfa, 240 acres of wet meadow used for hay and pasture. The remainder of the property is riparian area and remains productive due to sub-irrigation and ensures that the existence of this important wildlife corridor that supports deer, elk, bear, raptors, and the southwest willow catcher. This project is an important addition in preserving the agricultural landscape and historic water use patterns along the San Antonio and Conejos River corridors, and by reducing the threat of encroaching subdivisions, this easement will maintain active wildlife corridors and ensure the delivery of critical water resources. The applicant requests $5,821 from the Rio Grande Basin account, $52,679 from the statewide account. Staff recommends approval. Carmen Farmer, Conservation Project Manager for Colorado Open Lands, is in attendance, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Are there questions for Craig? Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Not a question for this item and the next. In full disclosure, I serve on the Board of Directors for Colorado Open Lands.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Craig? Seeing none, Carmen, would you like to address the board? And if so, please remember to state your name.
Carmen Farmer. I'm a project manager for Colorado Open Lands in the Lower South Platte Basin. I'm here actually on behalf of Judy Lopez, who is our project manager down in the Rio Grande Basin. She could not make it today. So just a quick thank you to the board for their support in these projects. These help us to leverage many, many dollars from other sources, other agencies, private foundations, and in particular federal agencies like NRCS to help protect senior water rights on working lands throughout the state in multiple basins. And so we're very appreciative of your assistance in this and funding opportunity, and I'll happy to answer questions on this one or the next one. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Carmen? Well, thank you for joining us today. If there's no reason to remove this from the block vote, we'll move on to 23M.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23M. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is Colorado Open Lands for the project titled Schaefer Farms Conservation Easement. The purpose of this application is to assist Colorado Open Lands provide the remaining needed funding to purchase a conservation easement on Schaefer Farms. The 932-acre Schaefer Farms has significant senior water rights and is part of an important agricultural corridor and part of the Colorado Open Lands landscape priorities for the San Luis Valley. A conservation easement on Schaefer Farms will tie its senior water rights to the property. Schaefer Farms is irrigated with senior water rights that include the Monte Vista Canal, Santa Maria Canal, and the Horner-Yerden Canal. The ranch also utilizes one high-capacity irrigation well. All of this helps ensure that the farm's prime soils are protected. In general, prime farmland has an adequate and dependable water supply from precipitation or irrigation, a favorable temperature and growing season, an acceptable level of acidity or alkalinity, an acceptable content of salt or sodium, and fewer and lower rocks. Its soils are permeable to water and air and produce alfalfa, canola, barley, and native grass hay. This project is an important addition to preserving the agricultural landscape and historic water use patterns along the Rio Grande River corridor, and by reducing the threat of encroaching subdivisions, this easement will maintain active wildlife corridors and ensure the delivery of critical water resources. The applicant requests $23,284 from the Rio Grande Basin account, $200,266 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Again, Carmen Farmer is here representing the Colorado Open Lands.
Are there any questions for Craig? Director Yon.
Thanks, Craig. You're doing a great job, by the way. With all these. With both of these, they have the potential to lease some water. Is that correct? Off. Maybe Carmen can address that.
I think Ms. Farmer may be able to address that more thoroughly than I.
Yes, so based upon actually a grant that we received 2 years ago, we have now started at Colorado Open Lands implementing language in our conservation easements that would allow for temporary leasing in those easements. So the water right would be protected in perpetuity, but there is that language that follows the state guidelines, generally 3 and 10 years for some potential ATM leasing.
Right. So this is good. So this is an important component of that in order to get more people to come into conservation easements, I think, is the ability to lease some of that water from time to time. So I like the idea of you guys kind of having the ability to do that. So
yeah, and we're seeing that producers like it as well because it gives them some opportunities to diversify. And, you know, when we do have dry years, to look at other means of income and sharing that water without having to strip it off.
And the other thing I just want to say, these are well explained in here, and they have good matching contributors as well, so it's just nice to see. So thanks.
Director Schwartz?
And thank you. And Carmen, maybe we have these two parcels, and maybe talk about there being components of this overall effort to conserve, especially in the acequias and so forth in the valley.
Yeah, these are some of the most senior water rights in the state, as you all know. And so we've, at Colorado Open Lands, have made a concerted effort, and Judy Lopez in particular, to work with small farmers and producers down in the valley to try to protect some of these water rights and to ensure that these acequias, and specifically in San Luis and some other places, remain working ditches. And that these are viable working lands for the families down there. And so they are under threat, like many other folks, for buy and dry practices, particularly across basins. And so for us, it's an opportunity to try to help give them means to continue their production and continue viable production for those working lands down there. So,
thanks, Carmen.
Thank you.
Director Dutton.
I just want to take the opportunity to compliment you, Carmen, on the responsiveness that you and the rest of the Open Lands staff have had, and some of the language in this easement and in the others, as you mentioned, has been the result of a really good dialogue between the water community in the valley and I think in the whole state about how we want to protect these landscapes, we want to protect the resources, and especially, you know, these two properties have endangered species habitat. But we also want to be mindful that we're making decisions now that affect forever. And so providing that flexibility seems like a really smart thing. So thank you for responding to that request and need and being really nimble with that. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Duffin.
Carmen, do you have any other comments to make to the board?
I do not.
Well, seeing no further questions and no reason to pull this off the block vote, let's move to agenda item 23N.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23N is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Rio Grande Watershed Conservation and Education Initiative for the project titled Rio Grande Basin Roundtable Community Education Liaison. The purpose of this application is to assist the Rio Grande Watershed Conservation and Education Initiative, the public outreach arm of the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable, to increase time and effort on projects beneficial to the Rio Grande Basin by using partners, and WSRF funds to provide administrative support in the form of a full-time roundtable staff liaison. This effort will include assisting with the basin implementation plan updates alongside the local expert and the state contractor, implementing the newly drafted statewide water education action plan, and spearheaded the projected Water 2022 campaign. The Rio Grande Watershed Conservation and Education Initiative is requesting this funding for a 3-year cycle of interrelated communication, media, and event strategies on behalf of the Roundtable and other area water partners. The purpose of these strategies is to provide high-quality roundtable projects that raise awareness, provide education, and promote engagement with water issues affecting the Rio Grande Basin and the state of Colorado. The applicant requests $133,500 from the Rio Grande Basin account, and staff recommends approval. Bethany Howell, Executive Director of the Rio Grande Watershed Conservation and Education Initiative, is in attendance today, and we're both here to answer questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Bethany, would you like to address the board? Please remember to state your name for the record.
How many times have you had to say that today?
I feel like maybe I could stop now.
That's a good reminder. So I'm Bethany Howell with the Rio Grande Watershed Conservation Education Initiative, and also act as the PEPA liaison for the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. And I do also want to take the opportunity to thank the board for your flexibility and creativity with funding projects that are reaching all aspects of the Colorado Water Plan. It's really exciting to see what's coming down the pipeline today. Also, just a quick clarification, if you'd like to see the crane video that COL put out about cranes in the San Luis Valley, you can find that on our Roundtable Facebook page. So if you just don't want to have to search through YouTube and get sidetracked by kitten videos, you can just click on that and see what they've been doing. And so also with that, I do want to express thanks to the CWCB staff for working with PEPO and for having such creativity and energy behind outreach and education, and looking at SWEEP and other statewide initiatives. I think we can all agree that our jobs, no matter what your job is, would be easier if the general public and elected officials and other people actually knew the what, where, when, why, and how of what it is that you do. So that was kind of the impetus behind this grant proposal as well. So.
Well, thank you for coming today. Are there any questions for Bethany? Seeing none and no reason to pull this off the block vote, let's move to 23-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23-0. It is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is a new Cenicero ditch company for the project titled Cenicero Diversion Dam Headgate and Bank Stabilization. The purpose of this application is to help to assist the ditch company improve water delivery and administration of water rights for all users along with improving terrestrial and aquatic habitats on the Rio San Antonio River. The project will upgrade the diversion dam and headgate to allow for effective water delivery for shareholders and administration of water rights by the ditch company, reduce erosion of the riverbanks, improve riparian habitat through various restoration activities, and will incorporate fish passage infrastructure along approximately 440 feet of the river. These improvements will eliminate the need for annual heavy equipment use in the active channel to repair the infrastructure. The ditch company is working with NRCS, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and others to develop and complete the construction and restoration of this proposed project. The applicant requests $106,000 from the Rio Grande Basin account, $318,000 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Elliot Salazar, president of the new Cenicero Ditch Company, is in attendance, and we're both able to take questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. I didn't catch our guest's first name.
Pardon me?
Elliot.
Elliot Salazar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Elliot, would you like to address the board?
Thanks to the CWC board for entertaining the consideration of this grant. This is a real.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Elliot Salazar. Like when I was on the stand as an agent, I spell my last name for the record, Salazar. But anyway, we'll go forward with this. I just needed to say our ditch was adjudicated in 1856, 18.3 CFS. And what's happened over the years in this dam diversion area, it has just widened the river largely, and especially last year when we had that high water runoff. I went to see this dam diversion. I couldn't see it. It was underwater, and water was going everywhere. And so this will really serve, just like Craig stated, it's going to help us deliver more accurate water to the shareholders, and also for a compact delivery, and most of all, to eliminate that erosion on that river that's happening right now. It'll help to maintain our wetland and riparian areas. So it's very critical, and we got a lot of help from the NRCS, $750,000 there, and also since I came on board as president of that ditch company, we came forward and have organized it, scrapped the old bylaws, got new bylaws, and now we have $20,000 in the bank to assist for any other expenses that should come up. So thank you again for your consideration in this, and I'll entertain any questions.
Does the board have any questions? Director Dutton.
Elliot, thanks for making the trip. And I was telling Director Yan over here, I'm having a hard time containing myself because I'm just so excited about all of these projects. And so now that we're at the end of the Rio Grande projects, I just wanted to thank all of you for making the trip up and for being willing to answer questions and show your passion for your projects. Our roundtable is really proud of this suite of projects. I think you're seeing some of our shining stars here. So thank you all sincerely for making the drive and for being here to share.
You're very welcome, Heather.
Well, thank you. And if there's no reason to pull this off the block vote, let's move to agenda item 23P.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23P. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Southwest Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Montezuma Land Conservancy for the project titled Innovative Agricultural Management and Colorado's Next Generation of Water Leaders. The purpose of this application is to assist the Montezuma Land Conservancy bring together a diverse collaboration of partners in Montezuma County to engage, educate, and empower youth, agricultural producers, and the general public. Their goal is to help create a more resilient, connected, and collaborative community that is positioned to transition into the future of water in Colorado in the face of a changing climate and a growing population. The project is broken into two objectives, one being an effort to design and implement a long-term irrigation and soil health monitoring protocol that includes methods of measurement, monitoring, and analysis, which will be carried out by student interns in collaboration with researchers from Colorado State University. The second, to empower and engage the next generation of conservation leaders through hands-on experiential opportunities to take science into their own hands, explore career opportunities in natural resources and agriculture, and advocate for a more resilient and transformative future. To accomplish this goal, they will bring together dedicated community partners to collaborate on a project that no single partner would be able to carry out on their own. This project will utilize Montezuma Land Conservancy's education center called Fozzie's Farm as a site for research and public education. The applicant requests $24,192 from the Southwest Basin account. Staff recommends approval. Travis Custer, Executive Director of the Montezuma Land Conservancy, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions for Craig? Travis, would you like to address the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis Custer, Executive Director of the Montezuma Land Conservancy. Also hold a position on the Keep It Colorado Board for the statewide coalition for conservation land trusts. This project is a super exciting part of some of our efforts as a land conservancy to kind of change the way that we look at our job. Going beyond just conserving lands, but also looking at how we deeply embed ourselves within our community and work towards innovative solutions to address land and water conservation and climate change. As was mentioned, it takes advantage of budding education center that we've been ramping up programs since 2017. Has served over 1,200 youth in Montezuma County. And we also help to lead an innovative coalition that's in part funded through Great Outdoors Colorado. It's a Generation Wild coalition called the Montezuma Inspire Coalition. So this is part of that effort as well, which has served over 3,000 youth in Montezuma County. Again, I think one of the components in this that's so exciting for me is the youth internship collaboration component, and getting youth out onto the land and engaged with science and water conservation and agriculture. And particularly these youth are from an alternative high school in Cortez, Southwest Open School. So this project also plays into helping to provide credits towards graduation as well as paid positions. So this money is highly leveraged on a number of different levels. It brings together a lot of innovative partners, and it's just an exciting part of our next steps as a land trust to deepen our involvement with our community. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but want to thank the board for the time and the consideration.
Are there any questions for Travis? Travis, I think all of our applications from the Southwest are really good. I think this one stands out to me as a really important one for bringing young farmers in, focusing on water conservation and soil health. So just can't thank the Conservancy enough for the work that they're putting into this. This is really important work in our community.
I
So
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
And it's probably worth noting too that this portion of it is the first phase of what we hope will be a 2-phase project. So there'll be another application coming up to the Water Board in May as well. So we look forward to kind of following up with hopefully a larger public outreach effort and increased partnership with this. So look forward to talking to you folks again down the road here. Appreciate it.
And if there's no reason to pull this off the block vote, let's move to item 23Q.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23Q. It's an action item and is a grant request recommended for approval by the Southwest Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Mountain Studies Institute for the project titled 416 Fire Aquatic Monitoring Year 2. The purpose of this application is to assist the Mountain Studies Institute investigate impacts and recovery of water quality and aquatic life following the 416 fire. They have formed a research team made up of scientists from the Mountain Studies Institute, the Colorado School of Mines, the U.S. Forest Service Rocky Mountain Research Station. While they have begun to see signs of recovery 1 year after a fire, it is unknown how these impacts may persist into 2020 and how long it will take before water quality and aquatic life fully recover. It is notable that Southwest Colorado experienced a weak monsoon season in 2019. With the possibility of a stronger monsoon season in 2020, there is a need to continue monitoring downstream of the 416 burn area to characterize further impacts to water quality and aquatic life. The applicant requests $19,088 from the Southwest Basin account, and staff recommends approval. The applicant was unable to attend today's meeting, but I'm here to answer your questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? I just wanted to note that the diversity of funding sources is also impressive on this application. There's a lot of folks putting in match and a lot of different entities, including private water companies, putting funding in. So if there is no reason to pull this from the block vote, let's move to item 23R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23R. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Southwest Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Mountain Studies Institute for the project titled Upper San Juan Integrated Water Management Planning, Phase 2. The purpose of this application is to assist the Mountain Studies Institute develop an understanding of the community's water-related values, environmental and recreational water supply needs, and agricultural irrigation structural needs, and to identify and evaluate opportunities for projects to benefit the diversity of water users present in the Upper San Juan Basin. The process will evaluate current and future water needs using both community input and scientific analysis, with the ultimate goal of outlining an assessment that can prioritize projects and methods to meet those needs. Informed by coordinated efforts from Phase 1, Phase 2 of the project will develop an an assessment to analyze and model needs for environmental, recreation, and agricultural water uses, as well as identify projects that benefit multiple user groups. This assessment will inform the development of stream management and/or integrated water management plan and potential project implementation in Phase 3. The applicant requests $42,957 from the Southwest Basin account, and staff recommends approval. Applicant was unable to attend today's meeting. However, I'm available to answer questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
And I want to disclose to the board that the Nature Conservancy is providing some of the cash match for this application. Are there any questions for Craig? In this application, like the last one, shows an impressive number of partners, including private ranches, putting funding into the project. If there are no further questions for Craig and no reason to pull it from the block vote, let's move to agenda item 23S.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23S. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Southwest Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Southwest Conservation Corps for the project titled Dolores River Restoration Partnership Revegetation and Outreach. The purpose of this application is to assist the Southwest Conservation Corps to restore the Dolores River corridor that has been impacted by invasive plants. The Corps and Dolores River Restoration Partnership seek funds for the following water activities to help maintain efficacy on over 1,900 acres of Tamarass treatments conducted to date, and to sponsor a volunteer active revegetation event along the Dolores River in the fall of 2020 with the Wildland Restoration Volunteers. Active revegetation is a critical activity on certain restoration sites to encourage establishment of native plants. The partnership has worked with wildland restoration volunteers every year since 2015 on projects including tamarask resprout method treatments, baffle construction, and cottonwood planting. The 2020 revegetation event will be held along the Dolores River near Gateway, Colorado, and affect approximately 8 acres of riparian land managed by the Grand Junction BLM office and/or the Gateway Canyons Resort, and an annual partnership meeting in Dolores, Colorado. Traditionally, these day-long meetings were very well attended and remain the best platform for information sharing, goal setting, and large-scale coordination between the partners in Southwest Colorado and Utah. The applicant requests $25,000 from the Southwest Basin account, and staff recommends approval. Unfortunately, the applicant was unable to attend today's meeting, but I'm here to answer questions or address your concerns.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Craig? Seeing none and seeing no reason to pull this from the block vote, let's move on to item 23T, which I understand is being pulled from the agenda.
It's been withdrawn by request of the applicant.
Okay, let's move on to item 23U.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23U. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the South Platte Basin and Metro Roundtables. The applicant and grantee is Colorado Trout Unlimited for the project titled South Boulder Creek Stream Management Plan Phase 2 and Preliminary Infrastructure Design. The purpose of this application is to assist Colorado Trout Unlimited complete the stream management plan effort for South Boulder Creek in Boulder County on 9 miles from the mouth of the El Dorado Canyon to the Boulder Creek confluence. This stretch is notable as a working river delivering water to many users for extensive public recreation access and potential environmental value for native species. In Phase 1, they established a core stakeholder group and stream management plan steering committee, launched broader stakeholder communications, established a river health assessment methodology, assessed and prioritized in-stream physical infrastructure, and sampled representative channel cross-sections for flow requirements. With Phase 2, they proposed to close the data gaps in support of a river health assessment, complete flow and physical conditions assessment, complete an analysis across flow and physical condition scenarios, document physical infrastructure modification concepts and engineering designs, and execute the stakeholder communication plan to expand awareness and engagements. Funds will be used primarily for contractors, professional services in support of data management and analysis, survey and modeling, engineering design, outreach, and associated information technology. The applicant requests $40,000 from the Platte Basin account, $40,000 from the Metro account, and staff recommends approval. Stephen Brandt, project coordinator for Boulder Flycasters, is here today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns.
Are there any questions for Craig? Steve, would you like to address the board? And please remember to state your name for the record.
Stephen Brand, I'm with Boulder Flycasters Trout Unlimited, and I'm also representing Colorado Trout Unlimited today. I'm a board member, and I'm the project coordinator for our initiatives on South Boulder Creek. Thanks for considering continuing funding our efforts. We're excited to get into phase 2. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thanks for coming today. Are there any questions for Steve? Director Schwartz.
And thank you for being here and coming to talk about your project. And I know TU does a lot of work, but I just wanted to better understand how you're going to integrate the project with some of the floodways that are designated, and only because of the floods that we experienced a number of years ago, and to what extent that's being integrated into some of your work and some of your planning, if in fact it is.
So you're referring to the 2013 flood recovery efforts in Boulder County along South Boulder Creek? We are not directly involved with that. That's a completely different group of people, although we overlap with some of those groups. As it may come as an utter shock to you all, there's a fair political content associated with various groups in that area who have different ideas about what that flood mitigation ought to be. We are waiting to see how that turns out. Our biggest concern out of that is return flows and stormwater that will now come into the basin that isn't there now, or removing return flows that are there now. So we're in a wait and see on that. We can't really react when there's still 3 proposals on the board and so much, shall we say, political activism around those.
The climate change doesn't pay very close attention to the political processes. So those storms, we are probably going to reoccur, and just the ability to work together and anticipate what might be some of the storm activity in the future would be helpful. Just interesting.
Yeah, so we're doing a couple of things in that regard. We've one of our newer local advocacy groups that we've created a relationship with is the Keep It Clean Partnership, which focuses on stormwater, E. coli, et cetera. So we are now working with them not only in terms of sharing data and integrating our databases, but also they have an outreach to the public capability that we don't have, that they are willing to bring to bear here. We also have used the same data that the floodplain, the flood mitigation group is using in their model, and we've used that data on the cross sections that we did R2X assessments on in phase 1 to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts. And that's an ongoing theme of this whole thing, is how do we not duplicate efforts in what is a very complex set of players and highly fragmented data sources that exist today.
Hope you'll continue your work with that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Harris.
Madam Chair, I think I can. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can imperfectly represent our Northeast Senior Bio to help answer Director Schwartz's question. From a habitat perspective, we understand that the salmonids that are in those high flow flood events get washed downstream in South Boulder Creek, get trapped behind some of the existing diversion structures. They then predate on the native species in the lower reaches of South Boulder Creek. So one thing that this project is going to do is it's going to benefit both those salmonids by creating diversion structures that they can then go back up to the colder water habitats in which they're more comfortable, and then also not predate on the natives downstream. So maybe that doesn't answer all your question, but I think from maybe the bio perspective,
right.
And I can certainly get you in touch with Jeff Spohn at CPW if you want to learn more about that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this application? Seeing no reason to remove it from the block vote, let us move on to 23V.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23V, is an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the South Platte Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Colorado Department of Water Resources for the project titled Data Logger Telemetry Installation Project, South Platte River Basin, Division 1. The purpose of this application is to assist Division 1 of the Colorado Department of Water Resources to install stage sensors, recorders, and/or telemetry on 114 sites where measurement of water stage and discharge is needed to determine either in-stream flows or diversions into or out of a ditch, canal, or reservoir. Location of these structures include those on the main stem of the South Platte and its tributaries, including districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 80. Data loggers and telemetry have been set up on many major diversion structures downstream of Denver in prior cooperative projects between Northern Water, Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District, the St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District, and the Division of Water Resources. Data loggers allow for continuous water flow information for water users and water administrators, and the more efficient use of administrative staff resources. This project will provide an excellent complement to the state's existing diversion and stream gauge satellite program, and is also complementary to the work being done for Colorado's decision support system in obtaining better data concerning river flows and diversions, and for information provided to the accretion depletion analysis tool. The installation of this equipment will be of great benefit to water commissioners by allowing more efficient administration due to more timely availability of information on diversions and in-stream flow sites. The applicant requests $100,000 from the South Platte Basin account, $190,000 from the statewide account, and staff recommends approval. Brent Schwantz, Water Commissioner of Division 1, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns.
Are there any questions for Craig? Brent, would you like to address the board? And please remember to state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Brent Schantz. I'm the South Platte Main Stem Coordinator at the Division 1 office for the Colorado Division of Water Resources. So I also thank you to the board for considering this application. This is a continuation of a project that we started in 2005. We've gotten several grants in the past, and to date I think we've installed around 250 telemetry sites in the South Platte Basin. With this would be an additional, of the 114, 80 of those would be on telemetry. The rest would be data loggers. But as Craig said, it increases the efficiency of administration and allows us to maximize the beneficial use of water more effectively by having near real-time data on what's happening on the stream. So I appreciate your thoughtful consideration.
Are there any questions for Brent? Director Yon.
Thanks for coming, Brent.
You're welcome.
Shantz. I just want all the directors to know all of this was pushed forward by Brent a long time ago. So when you see sometimes on my director's reports, when you see the layout of all the ditch diversions within the South Platte ditch or South Platte River, most of those are due to this guy wanting to administer the river correctly and real time. So I just want to give a shout out to Brent. I mean, he's done a lot of work on this, and he does it very efficiently and effectively on the South Platte Basin and the South Platte River as a whole. And it isn't just for water administrators. It's also for the people of the basin, because I can go on there and see what's happening, and it gives transparency to everybody. So everybody knows what's going on the South Platte River, and we don't have to worry that something's happening that's not supposed to happen. So it's just a great tool for us, and it's gotten better each time. And so I just wanted to thank Brent for doing this and persevering through getting these grants and doing really good work out there.
Appreciate that. I've had a lot of help.
Director Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see I lost the race with Director Young to get my hand up first, and so I'm going to be a little repetitive It's so infrequent that we get one of our DWR staff in front of you all, and I just want to, again, thank Brent. I mentioned something about legislation yesterday in a bill that calls for a study of emerging technologies to be used in water administration to maximize beneficial use. And Brent, because of your work that Director Jan just cited and your water users working together, you all emerged many years ago in the use of technology, and I want to thank you for that on behalf of the State Engineer's Office. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. If there's no reason to pull this from the block vote, let us move on to agenda item 23W.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23W. It's an action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is Trout Unlimited for the project titled Lower Elkhead Creek Restoration Project Phase 1. The purpose of this application is to assist Trout Unlimited restore 30 acres of riverine and riparian habitat that will help stabilize the creek channel, increase resiliency to flooding, drought, and human activity, protect local agriculture, provide tangible benefits to wildlife, and improve water quality. Trout Unlimited will partner with private landowners and a variety of agencies to restore the riparian corridor along Elkhead Creek, utilizing measures such as bank regrading, structural bank reinforcement, strategic planting of native riparian species, and adjusted land management practices. The requested WSRF grant funds will be used to secure an adequate supply of riparian vegetation, purchase additional restoration materials, and complete project construction. The applicant requests $50,000 from the Yampa White Green Basin account, $150,000 from the statewide account. Staff recommends approval. Caitlin Vox, a Trout Unlimited project coordinator, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Kate, would you like to address the board? And please make sure to state your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Caitlin Vo. I work for Trout Unlimited in Northwest Colorado. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this project, and I really appreciate CWCB's consideration of this grant. I am here on behalf of a group of ag producers on Lower Elkhead Creek, located between Steamboat Springs and the city of Craig, whom for years have voiced concerns about the ongoing degradation of Elkhead Creek and its impact to working lands in the Elkhead Creek Valley. As Craig alluded to, this is a large-scale, multi-purpose, multi-benefit project that has the support of local landowners, local municipalities, NGOs, state and federal entities. To date, we have nearly $250,000 of matching funds that have been approved and or secured, and we are currently waiting on a large chunk of NRCS funding that we anticipate coming through later this summer. So on behalf of these ag producers that are working hard to restore Elkhead Creek, I appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Does anybody have any questions? Well, thank you for coming today. Seeing no questions and no reason to remove this from the block vote, let's move on to item 23X.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23X. Is a action item and a grant request recommended for approval by the North Platte Basin Roundtable. The applicant and grantee is the Colorado State University Colorado Climate Center for the project titled Continuation of Weather Stations for North Park Lysimeters to Determine High Altitude Crop Hay Meadow Crop Coefficients. The purpose of the application is to assist Colorado State University operate weather stations in North Park to complement the efforts of the North Platte Basin Roundtable and Colorado River Engineering's lysimeter operations and data collection and reporting to better understand crop water use requirements from the irrigated hay meadows. The applicant requests $17,844 from the North Platte Basin account, and staff recommends approval. Zach Schwalbe, co-agmet manager at the Colorado Climate Center, is in attendance today, and we're both available to take questions or address your concerns. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Craig? Zach, would you like to address the board, and please state your name for the record?
Hi, Zach Schwalbe with the Colorado Climate Center. I am the co-agmet manager. I would just like to thank the board for your consideration on this project. We look forward to completing a project that has been going on for a while and getting some very accurate crop coefficients for more accurate irrigation in the valley. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Zach? Director Trick?
I don't have a question, just wanted to make a comment about this application. I'm excited to see this project continue. I recall when it was first begun in 2008, and it kind of stemmed out of a realization that we needed to fill a data gap in our area in order to be able to calculate evapotranspiration and crop coefficients for high meadow irrigated agriculture. So it's a really important project to the basin users, and I'm just excited to see that it's going to continue and go forward to keep gathering good weather data. Thanks. And thanks for coming, Zach.
Thank you.
Thanks. If there are no further questions, we are at the end of our list of items for a block vote. Director Felt.
Is it an appropriate time to, if it is an appropriate time, I would like to make a motion to move forward for approval, items 23A through S and 23U through X.
Director Felt has moved to approve items, I lost count of the 23A through S and U through X. It's been seconded by Director Yan. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All of those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agenda item 23Y. And it is a request for a change of grantee recommended for approval by the North Platte Basin Roundtable. The original grantee was Colorado Climate Center at Colorado State University, while the proposed grantee is Colorado River Engineering for the project titled Continuation of Lysimeters in North Park to Determine High Altitude Hay Meadow Crop Coefficients. The purpose of this application is to assist Colorado River Engineering and North Platte Basin Roundtable to better quantify consumptive use in the basin by continuing lysimeter operations and measurements in the high altitude hay meadow environment of North Park. The original grant was approved by CWCB during their September 2014 meeting, but it expired at the end of 2019. This approval granted WSRF funds to CSU to install and operate the lysimeters and operate the coagmet station, weather station in North Park. However, due to a change of personnel at CSU, they no longer have the expertise or the opportunity to operate the existing lysimeters. However, Colorado River Engineering does, hence the request for a change of grantee. The applicant and the North Platte Basin Roundtable request a change of grantee from Colorado State University to Colorado River Engineering, and staff recommends approval. And the applicant is not here today, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Craig? Director Trick?
Not a question, but just another quick comment on this. So this application is part and parcel of the previous application that we just considered, and the reason for the change in the fiscal agent is mainly due to the project manager's expertise in Wendy Ryan, who back in 2008, was working at the Colorado Climate Center when this project began, and she has overseen that since the beginning. She's managing the lysimeters, and now she has moved on to Colorado River Engineering. So mainly the purpose behind this change is to allow her to continue to manage the project because she has the expertise and the experience in working on this. So if anybody has questions about that further, you can ask me or Craig. Thank you.
Director Yan?
Thanks. Thanks, Craig. I was just wondering, this is more of a comment maybe for the staff even, but this one and the one before, when I looked at them and then I heard them again today, it just seemed like there may be some similarities or synergies with the ATM grant that we did yesterday, with the Colorado Roundtable. Paul Boucher brought it to us yesterday, and so they're looking at leasing or leasing some of the water on high mountain meadows, and I didn't know if the climate's enough different or but it may be something that you might want to look into. They're both, Dr. Perry Cabot, I think, with CSU is doing the other one, so there should be some connection there, maybe with Colorado State University, but just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I'll touch bases with Alex Funk to see if there's any crossover between these. Sometimes, my background is that sometimes these crop coefficients are quite different depending upon the geographic area and the climate and the topography.
Yep. No,
so they may not be applicable to that area, but
yeah, and that may be, but I just thought maybe check that out.
Sure will.
Director Trick.
Director Yan, thank you for pointing that out. I was kind of thinking along the same lines, and possibly if any of our data can help inform them or vice versa, that could be a good crossover between two different projects. So thank you for pointing that out. And if there's no further discussion or questions, I'd like to move to approve staff recommendation on item 23Y.
Director Trick has moved to approve staff recommendation on item 23Y. It's been seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes agenda item 23.
Madam Chair?
Director Schwartz?
And thank you. With regard to agenda item 23, I think there's an excellent summary of all the projects, and the basin accounts. And after, I think, such a successful round of looking at excellent projects, I see some of the basin accounts are quite low. And maybe we'll save it for a memo or something to come to us with regard to when there'll be another round of funding because so much of this good work is coming out of the roundtables. So just making a note when you look at the Rio Grande down as low as, what are they, 56,000. We'll take some more money, and the Colorado too. But I think that I just would like to have some insights as to how we're going to look at funding in the future.
And those are, so our WSRF funds, and correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but we get installments into the fund 3 times a year. Is that how it works?
My understanding is that we get one in the past, that's the way it worked up until last year, Kirk. We would get 3 installments to these accounts. Now we're getting them at one point, but we are, at the board's direction, we're still distributing them on the same basis that we did, and that would be 40% in July, 30% in January, and then the last 30% in April.
So,
July.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
And just thank you, Craig. Moving forward, can I make the suggestion for a change in the agenda? So we'd like to allow everybody to move forward with their day as quickly as possible, and we have a lot of attendees here that are here for grants. So we are going to try to at least move through one agenda item, if not two, before we break for lunch, and do a very short lunch. Are you going to die? Okay, we'll just do one.
Director Schwartz.
I was actually going to propose we hold off lunch till we finish the agenda, but.
We have some people coming for the last agenda item, so or I was trying to move that.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving to agenda item 24, snow course work.
Good morning, Board. Andrew Rickard, CWCB staff for the record. I will be talking about snow course with my lovely assistant, Eric, who will be acting as Vanna White. So just a brief overview of snow course, snow survey work in Colorado. We began in 1936. The state of Colorado has 92 snow courses. Willow Creek was the first one adopted by CWCB, and that was in January of 2015. And then we also picked up Parkview and Granby snow course in January of 2018. And NRCS just had some budget constraints, and we didn't want to lose the data, so we picked these up to help them out. So the manual snow survey, snow course, it's snow surveys conducted to measure snow depth, snow water equivalent, SWE, and snowpack density. The Parkview course has 16 measurement spots, Willow Creek Pass 13, and Granby 10. Most snow courses around the state are anywhere between 5 to 10 point measurements. SWE is measured by taking a core of the snowpack and then weighing it to determine the water content. And we measured this monthly during the last week of the month prior to February, May. So at the end of January, February, March, April. And as you learned yesterday, snow survey work is one of the ways we ground truth other water forecasts, such as our LIDAR program. So the equipment, we will start out with the scale. This is what we put the federal snow sampler in. And then once we have a core sample within the federal snow tube, we weigh that. Thank you, Eric. And then we take the weight of the tube and core, and then we tear it. We just measure, we knock out the snow and measure just the empty tube. And then that gives us the SWE. The federal snow sampler is a really unique instrument. The circumference is perfectly calibrated to get us the SWE with measuring it. And then we take the SWE, divide by the depth of snow, and that gives us the snow density. So our three courses, for a point of reference, there's Granby. Whoops. Granby. This is our Granby snow course. This is our Parkview, and that is our Willow Creek Pass. This is a zoomed in picture. I tried to get some streets in there so you get a little bit of direction on where we are. You can see the blue up there. This is our Parkview. So we hike in. It's a little hard to do that. Parkview, we hike in right here and then do the snow course up like that. Willow Creek, we park right around there, hike up, and then hike up here. And there's also a snow tail right there. And then we go along this tree line. And finally, our Granby. There's the Sea Lazy U Ranch on the road up to Walden 125. We park right there, hike in, and then we kind of go up. We take a turn of 120 degrees, and then finish the last 4 right there. And then I just got some pictures for you guys. This is me and Doug Mahan. He helps me a lot on these snow courses. This is at Granby Snow Course. The Lazy CU Ranch would be just right down below those trees right there. Here is me and Jonathan Hernandez. Some of you probably remember him. That's us weighing it. We have the scale usually on a ski pole, so we can hold it up and get a good measurement. This is just a picture of the Granby Snow Course. Another picture of the Granby Snow Course. Here is just a couple weeks ago. This is Kara, and that's me getting a measurement at the Parkview course. Me at the NRCS sign. Some bullet holes in that sign, so that's nice. And this is our new staff member, Laura. She was also with me a couple weeks ago. She was our note taker, and to give you an idea of what the notes look like, I don't know if you can really see that, but basically at this course, this was the Willow Creek course, Colorado Drainage, Colorado State. We put in the start time, end time, and then we go through our measurements, depth of snow, weight of empty tube, weight of core, minus those to get the SWE, and then divide the SWE into the depth of snow to get the percent density. And one of the things NRCS looks for is when you're going through this, if you have more than a 5% difference in your density percentage, they like you to take 3 more samples just to make sure that where you were, you're not getting a bad measurement. And then over here we have the remarks or the notes. You can see we put cloudy, open, we took the temperature, and then as we go through, we just make notes on where we're measuring. If it looked windswept, if there was canopy, open, light canopy, heavy canopy, if food's running low, mutiny imminent, such things like that. And here's another picture, Eric Sky, Kevin Hauk, and an old staff member, Allison. Don't remember her last name, but she used to help out on snow courses. So you can see right here, this was at the Willow Creek Pass. This was probably, I'm not sure what month this was, but given the depth of that, we usually have 3 segments for that snow tube. So that's probably above 50 inches, probably 60 inches. Here's me this was just a couple weeks ago. Kara and Laura helped me take pictures so I could show the board exactly what we do. I've already plunged the snow tube down into the snow. Now I'm getting a depth measurement of the snow. It's just us walking back from the Willow Creek Pass back to the car. I think that's Jonathan and me in front. Here's an old picture too. Here's Chris Sturm, Joe Busto, and Eric Sky at the Willow Creek Pass. Joe was one of the original people that adopted this program from NRCS, so we thank him for that. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Director Mitchell.
Thank you, Andrew. You did a great job. I just wanted to let the board know, I asked Andrew and Eric to come and do this presentation. Part of the reason I did that was because I often think that the board and even the general public doesn't know all that we do. And this is something that's been critical. And Andrew, can you tell me how many years of data do we have?
Back to 1936.
So, so how long has our agency been doing this?
2015.
So, and then were we helping prior to that?
No. We adopted the first snow course, Willow Creek Pass, in 2015, and then we picked up the other 2 in 2018. So we've done those for 3 years, just because NRCS needed some help and we wanted to keep the data going.
So if we hadn't done it, the data would be gone.
Correct.
Right? There would be a lack of continuity in data, and we know that that's important. So those are the reasons why I had them come up here, because this is a big deal, and it looks glamorous. But oftentimes these are overlapping on board meetings and other critical times. Weather's not always pleasant, but they get out there regardless. And so I just wanted to make sure that folks knew. And one more question, how could this data be used if we're looking at snow water equivalents? So is this used as prediction for?
Helps with the forecast, and also, like as Jeff Deem said yesterday, helps ground truth our other operations and forecasts such as LiDAR flights. So it's pretty important. And I also just wanted to end by thanking staff. A lot of them come and help me. And some of the times, like in January, when no one has broken trail and you're snowshoeing, it can be very difficult and cold. So I want to thank staff that has helped me out with this.
Thank you, guys.
Director Beatty, or Counselor Beatty, sorry.
Yeah, so it looks like there's some legal liability in your going out and doing those kinds of things, and I think you might need to take lawyers with you on those harrowing adventures that nobody wants to go on.
Any members of the board are always welcome to join.
You say that, You actually say that, but they do have to get people to do this, so, and go out there. So if you offer, jokingly or not, you will be asked.
Guaranteed I could dispatch a bunch of lawyers who would think that was a lot of fun.
That'd be great.
Director Yan?
Oh, thanks, Andrew. And I just wanted to point out that Andrew is a quick learner, because last week, Kirk made a comment that you should wear a coat, Andrew, and look at this, he came with a coat on, so way to go, Andrew.
Thank you.
And Andrew and Eric, if you guys are ever doing this in my part of the basin, I better be there with my skis on, so.
Okay, great. Actually, that helps a lot because it's hard breaking trail with snowshoes, so.
Yeah.
Much easier to cross country.
Yeah.
Director Dutton?
Well, now that, in all seriousness, I'll be the Debbie Downer. Is there any kind of avalanche risk? And do you have the proper equipment with you when you're doing this?
There's no avalanche risk where we conduct our snow courses.
Great. Well, thank you for the time presenting today. It's always nice for us to have props, so thank you.
Thank you, board.
Will we move-
Let's do one more.
All right. Let's move on to item 25, Spring Drought and Flood Climate Report.
Should wear my glasses. Hello, for the record, Megan Holcomb, Climate Specialist, CWCB staff. Both Kevin Hauk and I are going to present this item, agenda item 25. And this is the Spring Climate Outlook, which Andrew set us up well because we do use those SNOTEL sites for outlooks. This is going to be pretty short and sweet. The memo that you have went over a lot of this. I'm going to do just a quick look back to see the conditions that we're set up with this fall, report on the current conditions, and then go through a few maps and graphs to talk about forecasts for the spring. And then I'll hand it over to Kevin, and then we have 2 updates that might be exciting for you all at the end. And just one note of big thanks to the Water Availability Task Force and our friends at the Colorado Climate Center and USDA Snow Survey that provide monthly updates and forecasts that you're all about to hear. So the drought of 2018, as we know, was followed by a cold, wet 2019 spring and 150% of normal snowpack that really helped clear the state of drought by June 2019. Unfortunately, the 2019 monsoon season was nearly absent, and September 2018 was the hottest September on record for Colorado. And the dry 2019 October really set us below normals for the start of the 2020 water year. Those early deficits are still being made up for much of the state, but it's just of note that even if we have high or above average snowpack, it might not guarantee above average runoff because of that dry start and early deficits. So just a few slides to go over current conditions. 2020 was really off to an average start. That's a little bit of the theme here. These graphs show the temperature percentiles compared to the historical record. January was quite warm throughout the state, except for South Park and the San Luis Valley. After a few early warm days in February, the temperature really flipped for Colorado, with most of the state colder than average. In March, we've seen another pattern shift with some very warm temperatures. Switching to precipitation, thus far the Colorado water year shows pretty much business as usual. Many areas of the state got quite a bit of snow and precipitation this February, but the deficits are still building over southwest Colorado and the San Juans. Some storm activity through the rest of March could really bolster those numbers. So this is just showing February compared to the last few months. So the SNOTEL snow water equivalent sites, shows statewide snowpack at 103% of record median as of March 9th. And this represents a basin range of 84% to 121% statewide. These are numbers you probably get updates on and see throughout the year, but just to compare, this is almost exactly where we're at last year at this exact time. So these are reservoir maps, and reservoir storage remains near to above normal in all major basins with 107% average statewide, and that represents a range of 84% to 123%. This time last year, reservoirs were at 83% of average statewide. So really the story here is average across the board for 2020, and looking at the southern half of the state, a clear divide and slight different than the north half of the state. So moving on to the actual outlooks, NOAA's Climate Prediction Center maps continue to show warmer than average temperature outlooks from March to May, and that's primarily for the southwest half of the state. There are equal chances, which is this map for precipitation. Ooh, that's cut off. There are equal chances of near, above, or below precipitation outlooks. And just a reminder that equal chances does not mean average. It really means don't bet on the forecasters. I'm looking at Becky. So patterns for near-term weather look quite active for the mountains over the next week or two. The state will see rain and snow mixes on Friday and Saturday, and probably more next week. If the models are right, this will most directly affect the southern mountains where moisture is needed the most. So while sea surface temperatures were warmer than average over the Pacific the last few months, the forecasts for ENSO are really still trending towards neutral conditions, which is what this pie graph shows, for spring and summer 2020. And neutral conditions really sometimes can mean reduced odds for southwest Colorado spring moisture, but there's some other indicators that it might be neutral to above average, but it's really up to March to see how that pans out. So the U.S. Drought Monitor, which was released March 3rd, shows drought distributions continue to wrap around Colorado's central mountains. You can see this closer in the state view. There's D0 conditions that cover about 25% of Colorado. D1 conditions cover 42% of Colorado. In severe drought, D2 covers 3% of the southeast and southwest corners. 30% of the state, that's the north central, remains drought-free. So if we look at the changes in drought conditions from last year and just from the beginning of the water year, we will see that drought conditions have somewhat improved over parts of western Colorado, including the northwest and northern mountains. Since snowpack is in good shape, we don't expect deteriorating conditions here anytime soon for that region, possibly improvements depending on how March pans out. The drought conditions are mostly holding steady for southwest Colorado, and unless decent March snows chip away at those early deficits, you can expect to see some worsening drought conditions into the spring. And southeast Colorado does remain an area of concern. There's current conditions that are really dependent on how the crops and pastures look coming out of dormancy this spring. Another area of concern is northeast Colorado, and it's an area we're watching for possibly worsening conditions, which is really what this map is showing here, the change since the beginning of the water year. The Front Range urban areas seem to be doing well, plenty of snow with extended time periods on the ground, and there's been a good mix of warm and cool conditions with some weather activity anticipated in March. So the story of the outlook, again, is March will really determine which track we might take for our stream flow statewide. And since a few of the directors really went through their regional graphs, I took out the regional graphs for statewide snowpack here and for regional snowpack and just have the statewide graph, which again is kind of the hands up in the air, could go either direction. I'm going to pass it over to Kevin for a quick update from his section, and then we'll have two more.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kevin Hauk, CWCB staff. I'm going to just spend a couple minutes talking about how this forecast may relate to the potential for flooding this rainy season, in addition to how it might impact wildfires, just because, as we know from recent years, the effects of wildfires can extend into post-wildfire debris flooding and regular flooding as well. So based on what you've heard from Megan already, I think I'm going to just come out and say that the risk of snowmelt flooding this year is going to be pretty low, at least on a widespread basis. We need two things to encounter widespread snowmelt flooding, and that is, of course, a lot of snow on the ground, which we have in some areas, but not really an extreme amount. But then also what we need, which is harder to predict this early out, is some kind of triggering weather event to really turn that snowpack loose. Most commonly, that's going to be an extended warm-up, especially depending on what time of year it can be. It may need to be a very high-intensity warm-up as well, but the more important part of that is the duration of it. We also look for potential rain on snow events for the snow fields, and those are particularly hard to forecast in advance. We know that any year you could have isolated snowmelt flooding if the right triggering event occurs, but the way things are setting up this year, it looks like that's going to be less likely than normal. I say this every year when I come up and talk to you guys in March, which is it's important to remember that historically, looking at the Colorado flooding record, the vast majority of flooding events we've had throughout the state have been rainfall-induced events. And even by today's forecasting skill, it's really hard to forecast these more than a week or two in advance. So it's really difficult to be able to say when the next disaster is going to occur. Peak periods of rainfall that we typically watch for around the state, generally mid to late May for general rainstorms, and that can extend into the rain on snow kind of regime. The late July and early August, we really look at the weeks surrounding August 1st as being the peak for thunderstorm season around the state. That's the 2 weeks out of the year that always get my attention the most. And then, of course, September can include some tropical-based weather systems as well, kind of like what we saw in 2013. And these can linger into October for southwest Colorado as well. These kind of events are certainly less common in our state, but when they do occur, they can be far more damaging than many of the annual events that we do see, with the 2013 flood being a good example of that. I always like to touch on wildfires in recent years. It's probably no secret to many of you that the intensity and size of wildfires have been increasing in recent years. In fact, 19 of our 20 largest wildfires in state history have all occurred since the year 2000, and there's no sign of that slowing down. That means a lot to me because after the wildfires, we look to have several years of high potential for debris flows as well as just regular rain-induced floods as well. Every burn scar is unique and different, and it can take anywhere from 7 to 10, or even for some of the stronger ones, even longer than that for them to fully recover. But the scars that we really spend a lot of time watching closely during the flood season are those that have less than 3 years of recovery. And so again, this summer, we're going to be looking at many of the same areas that we looked at last summer. These include the Spring Fire, the 416 Fire, Lake Christine, new one this year, the Decker Fire, and then to a lesser extent, also the Hayden Pass and Junkins Fire, which have had a lot of problems in recent years, but maybe this will be the year they finally get over the initial hump for recovery. If you look at the official fire forecasts online, you'll see that none of them show an elevated risk of wildfires this year. They just show an average risk for most of the state. So this is just me, Kevin Hauk, talking based on what I've been hearing at some of the task force meetings. as well as just out and about. I actually think there's a little bit more of an elevated risk along the southern tier of the state, especially, unfortunately, Director Hawkins, in your area of the state. I think the Southwest is looking to me like it's going to dry out through the remainder of the spring. The remainder of this week, notwithstanding, I think you're going to have a good next few days for snowpack. Same on the southern tier for southeast Colorado as well. Up on the screen right now, you'll see just a screenshot of our flood threat bulletin. This is a program that we've been operating for many years now, and I think it's been very successful at explaining the daily risks around the state for emergency managers, recreationists. Any of you might be interested in this as well. This can be accessed at www.coloradofloodthreat.com, or you can also, there's a link to it on our CWCB website as well. This runs from May 1st through September 30th. And if you're interested in this kind of information, you can sign up for a daily email to be sent to your inbox. This covers the entire state for that particular day. So this next item is meant to be a little bit fun and interesting. You may or may not know this already, but when we talk about, say, weather compared to normal, do you all know what normal means? It actually does mean something. We have about 150 years in many parts of the state of climate records. So do you think it compares to that 150 years? That would kind of make sense, but what climatologists like to do is look at trends. And specifically, the way they typically compare observed weather with climatological normals is to look at the last 3 decades and compare it to that. And that's intended to show kind of where the current trends in climate are. So it's not a 30-year rolling average. What they do is at the end of every decade, they recompute the averages based on the previous 30 years running from the first year of a decade to the 10th year. So at the end of 2020, we are going to be through with this decade, and we are going to recompute climatological normals, basically replacing the 1980s with the 2000s into our climate record. So what would you all guess you're going to find when we make that replacement? I assume you're saying bad news, Director Dutton. The numbers will go up, yes, and I don't think that's going to be any surprise to any of you. What I'll put you in a little suspense right here. We're going to show you what each month we think is going to look like, and the next few graphs are going to be courtesy of Becky Bollinger from the Colorado Climate Center. And of course, just a few caveats. The decade isn't even over yet. We still have to get through this year, so it's not a full 10-year data set yet. And they do other operations such as smoothing and looking at various data gaps with observing stations and all that. But the next few slides are going to show you kind of what you can sort of expect. And what I want you to think about as you're looking in your area of the state, as I'm sure all of you will, I'll give the punchline away sort of as we enter these slides, which is, yes, for most of the state, for most of the year, the temperature averages are going to be going up as a result of this recalculation. There's going to be 2 months where certain areas of the state will actually see numbers going down, and I'll let you guess where those areas might be as we move into this. Okay, so what we're looking at are series of 4 months here, and let me explain these graphs a little bit. What these show are the ratio of warmer than normal months to colder than normal months. So if you see colors that are yellow, orange, or red, that means that we have seen more warmer months than colder months, and where you would expect the averages to go up. In the blue colors, those are areas where we have actually seen more colder months than warmer months, and therefore the recalculation will actually show colder temperatures. So What we're looking at here is January through April. And you will see a definite trend in each of these, which is the northern tier of the country and leading into the Midwestern states have actually shown colder winters this past decade than normal. And the first answer to my little riddle is in your area of the woods, Director Yon. If you look at February, it just touches where you live. I don't know if you're surprised by hearing that or not, if you've had cold Februarys lately that you remember, but if you can kind of see kind of right in that area, it just clips the northeast corner of the state. Otherwise, if you look at, and we don't have Colorado outlined, but you know where it is on the map, you'll see that generally we're seeing warmer temperatures. Once we get to April, it's only in the southwestern part of the state. Otherwise, it looks like it will remain relatively steady to where we're at. Moving on to May through August, and you will see that the other answer to the question is in the month of May, where we've seen colder months along the Front Range, as well as also in northeast Colorado as well. So May looks to be statewide either unchanged or even a little bit cooler. It's the only month of the year that I would say that. Otherwise, once you start looking into the summer months, it's probably not a surprise to any of you. Our summers have been getting warmer, and these graphs kind of play that out. And then finally, looking into the fall and early winter months, you'll see September especially has been warm in recent years. That's probably the one of all the 12 months that stands out the most. So with that trend continuing into December. An interesting little tidbit on a national sense that only out 1 month in November, you see the southeast part of the country really showing a lot of cold signals there. Otherwise, when you get to December, it gets really warm again. So that's just a glimpse of what you might expect to see. And this is important because, say, 2 years from now, if we were to have the same weather observed as we do today, today we may say it's warmer than normal weather. In 2 years, the same weather may be considered to be average. So keep that in mind as we move forward. And at that point, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan to close this item out.
Okay, this is another coming soon, but much sooner than December of this year. So there's a study that CWCB has been working on. It's a pilot study with FEMA in partnership with DHSEM and DOLA, and it's called the Future Avoided Cost Explorer, Colorado Hazards, FACE Hazards for short. This is both a new statewide study and a new planning resource that I wanted to bring to your attention. This is going to be complete on March 31st. So there is an opportunity if you are interested in checking this out. You are welcome to. It's already live online for beta testing, open to feedback if you all are interested. But the purpose of the study is to help quantify the direct impacts of flood, drought, and wildfire on select sectors of Colorado's economy. And these vulnerabilities are analyzed both today and at a 2050 planning horizon. And the purpose is to explore the effects of development or population growth and climate change through increased hazard frequency and intensity on the economic damages that Colorado sees from these natural hazard events. So just as a caveat, there's no other state that really has this statewide study right now. So I've already had other states reach out with interest in our methods, and this is something we're going to be sharing broadly throughout the spring and summer as folks are really interested in getting more information around the economic impacts of these kinds of events. So we're looking at just a few select sectors for this initial methodology. In flood, we're looking at the impacts to buildings and bridges. In drought, we're looking at impacts to rafting, skiing, cattle, and crops. And then wildfire, we're looking at impacts to suppression costs and buildings. So this is a 50-50. Half of it is the actual study and methodology. The other half is really emphasized to be an online resource and tool that decision makers can use to really start to gauge these numbers looking into the future. So the Interactive Explorer displays these results to inform preparedness and resilience policies and support recovery and adaptation investments. This is something that I'm happy to provide a link to, but just a forewarning that it will be coming out March 31st. And there are about 80 folks that right now that have beta testing access to get some feedback that the consultant is bringing in. So if you're interested, tag me, let me know. I just wanted to get that on your radar. That's all we have. And a cricket.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Well, thank you for bringing this. This is important information for us to have. I know that it's not an action item. I think that as I think about the fire risk in southwestern Colorado, I can, see with my untrained eyes that we're still suffering from the impacts of the 2018 drought. So I think that there is a real risk this summer that we're going to be dealing with there. Director Mitchell?
Can I say one thing before we break for lunch? Would you be willing to send the PowerPoint to the board? I think some of them would really like to see it, and I just wanted to make everybody aware that this is Megan's first formal presentation, really, in her new role.
I guess, yeah.
It's kind of a big deal. I mean, she just started this role, so. And for her to have knocked it out of the park, and Kevin is always good, so.
Teamwork. Thanks.
Director Schwartz?
Thank you, and we'd really appreciate the link. It's not, I can't find it, so it's not live, obviously.
Right.
Was this a function of a statute or legislation that was passed that?
So it's an additional component to the state hazard mitigation plan. So it's called Element H, and it was basically an addendum to the state hazard plan that we already have. So a request for this additional study. So it's funded 75% by FEMA, 25% by CWCB.
Well, thank you.
The people eat.
Wanted to update everybody on the plans to try to get folks out of here as soon as possible. We have lunch in the hallway. We have drinks in the union room. We are going to suggest that we do a working lunch today. We'll take 15 minutes for people to have a short break and grab their food. Let's plan on eating at the tables in here so that we can bring our guests in in 15 minutes to start the presentation. As always, the lunch is provided for the board members and staff.
We're fine.
But I think today, if you're hungry, please join us, but wash your hands first, please. right, we'll enter our working lunch right now, and we will welcome our guests up for agenda item 26. Director Yan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kick this off a little bit, just give a little background. I know we have our dream team here. We have Matt Lindberg and Mary Pressican, Chip Paulson, Doug Robotham, Lindsay Griffith, and Bill Kale, who all have been working on this project for us and have been doing it quite quickly and well. So, and going through, well, it's unique because we have so many stakeholders in this, and Matt will mention how many, I'm sure, but it's a large group, unwieldy at times, and they've done a really good job at bringing this all together in a timely fashion. So I hope you look forward to seeing this, but I wanted to give you just a little bit of history. You know, we call this SPROG, and we tried to change the name, but it's just too much fun to say SPROG, so we left it at SPROG. But this started quite a long time ago. I can't even remember back, but it was instigated by Doug Robotham, who is here. He got several of us together after the first BIP and got us to take off our hats and kind of come up with big ideas for the South Platte Basin to utilize the water that we have available in our basin. So I always like to give him credit because he was the one that brought us all together and made us think outside the box. And so there were several of us, and he included us on the lower river with agriculture perspective, and then, of course, Denver Water, Mark Woggy with Deborah Water, and Joe Stibrich with Aurora Water, and Eric Wilkinson with the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, Sean Cronin with the Left Hand St. Vrain, and Joe Frank with the Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District, and Eric Hecox was with the South Metro. So he brought us into a room and started having us talk and come up with ideas on a bigger type regional project, because these are the kinds of projects it's going to take a lot of partners to pull this off, and it's tapping into several things, and you'll see that it's tapping into free river water or available water in the South Platte in different locations because we have return flows. Some places are better than others. It's tapping into alternative transfer methods. It's tapping into storage, all kinds of things working together to really bring this last bit of South Platte water, and we're not going to be able to capture it all, of course, because the only way you're going to do that is with an on-stream reservoir, and this doesn't contemplate any of that. These are all potential off-stream sites, and it's kind of a bigger idea, and so I hope you see that here, and I'll just turn it over to Matt and let you take off. So thanks, Matt.
Okay. Thank you. Matt Lindberg. I'm with Brown and Caldwell. I served as the project manager for this study. It's the SPROG feasibility study, and SPROG stands for South Platte Regional Opportunities Water Group, and it's really been kind of a catch-all term for looking at a future water project that would meet our needs in the South Platte Basin using South Platte supplies. Beyond that could be met with our current IP&Ps and projects that different water providers are pursuing. So this is the next thing. It was funded with WSRF funds, part from the statewide account, and then the two roundtables, the Metro and South Platte. So thank you very much for that funding. This is a project with some urgency. As we saw in the technical update, the South Platte Basin, as Barb Biggs frequently says, won the contest. We have the highest projected gap of any basin in the state. We also need water for ag. We need water for environmental and rec purposes. And so there's a lot of urgency behind that. Water is periodically available. As the South Platte storage study showed, there is water that passes the state line that's above our compact requirements for the South Platte Compact. And so that water, though, is extremely variable. Some years there's not much water at all. Some years there's millions of acre feet. And so we need infrastructure in order to make some sort of reliable supply out of that. Again, it's not an alternative to an existing or planned project, and you'll hear that frequently throughout this presentation. Director Yon gave some good background. This was actually sort of born in the South Platte Basin Implementation Plan. It has a lot of features that are consistent with the goals of the water plan as well. It's a way to enhance ATMs. It goes towards meeting storage goals. It goes towards helping us reuse supplies. So it's very consistent with that. Maybe I'll just skip over some of this and just mention that this feasibility study was, again, supported by the South Platte and Metro Basin Roundtables. It's been going on for about a year, and we just concluded it. Part of our contract was to give results presentations to this board and also to the South Platte and Metro Basin Roundtables. If you're curious, you can find the report on the southplattebasin.com website along with all the attachments, and there are several. So one of the things that we did early on in the project was took pen to paper and wrote down several what we called guiding principles, and these are characteristics of the SPROG concept, what SPROG is trying to do and how it intends to do it. And we thought it would be useful to write these down to make sure everybody involved understands what we're getting into here. And so I think it's useful to go through these one by one because it's really colored our discussions throughout this study and will be something that we hopefully adhere to in the future. So first of all, SPROG will advance the goals of the South Platte BIP, the water plan, but also importantly, it'll be operated within the confines of Colorado water law, South Platte Compact, and will also fit into the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. It intends to provide at least 50,000 acre feet of firm supply to municipalities and industry, not only in the Denver area, but then also for small but really quickly growing communities between Denver and Greeley, and also some of the communities on the Eastern Plains. We want to meet a portion of the ag gap. We're looking at strategies to incorporate ways to enhance environmental and rec interests and attributes as well. It's a way to enhance our ability to conduct alternative transfers, not a way to do permanent buy and dry. We want to reduce our reliance on buy and dry transfers through this concept. We're utilizing several different sources of water, as Director Yon had mentioned, conjunctively in this concept, so that we can have more yield than you would with just a singular source of supply. So unappropriated flows, water from ATMs, reuse supplies. We are making the most out of our supplies available to us in the South Platte Basin. It's really sort of getting the South Platte's house in order and maximizing the use of those supplies. And then also incorporating water quality concerns at the beginning of the project. Now, we have a few principles saying what SPROG is not, and I'll just go through those really quickly. Again, it's not a substitute for an existing project that a water provider is pursuing. It's not a way to it's not intended to move water from permanent dry up. We don't want to build this infrastructure and then have more permanent dry up of ground in the South Platte Basin because of this. And then finally, it's not a way to put more buckets on the east slope to divert more water from the west slope from a trans-mountain diversion project. But it is a way that we can make better use of the supplies from trans-mountain projects that are existing and that are already in the basin. And so with that bit of background and context, I'll talk a little bit about the study objectives and then get into the results. So we had, what do we have here? 6 different objectives. A big objective and Director Yuan alluded to this, was to get a lot of folks around the table, do a lot of outreach, not only to educate folks about what the SPROG concept is, but to get their feedback and help us tailor the concept to better meet their needs. A big question has been what kind of an organizational framework might be needed in order to plan for and build and manage a concept like this. So we looked into that a little bit. We, based on the feedback we received, refined the concept and remodeled it to understand better what type of infrastructure would be needed to meet some of the demands we discovered as we did our outreach. Water treatment is going to be a big challenge. This is a lot of water to treat, and so we looked at some different strategies there, tried to figure out how much that might cost generally, and also what might it cost to build this thing and to run it for 50 years. And so those are a couple of other objectives. And then communication is going to be an important thing to continue to do on this concept, and so we developed a plan for that. So what did we find? I'll start with the outreach piece. We did outreach in a number of different ways. One of the primary ways was establishing a task force, and this task force was open to anybody who wanted to participate. It was folks who were interested in the concept. It was folks that were potentially interested in participating in this. And it started at maybe 60-some folks at the beginning of the project and ballooned to 90 by the time we were done. So it was a big group. We met with them 6 times. They provided feedback to us as we went along, and it was a good experience to include all those folks. We had an advisory committee, which is 14 folks that were made up of task force members who provided some day-to-day guidance to the consulting team as we went through this. We met with them an additional 6 times. We met with environmental and rec users 3 times to have some small group discussions about strategies we could incorporate into the concept to meet their needs. We had 3 small group meetings with ag users. We had 2 big informational meetings with a wide variety of municipal water providers. And so we did a lot in that respect. We also created a survey to get a better handle on what municipal water providers' needs were, cast kind of a broad net with that. We sent that to 83 different municipal providers and also over 30 ag users and environmental and rec users. So that feedback that we got from that process was pretty important. I'll give you just a little bit of a highlight of the information we received from some of our meetings from the different groups. I'll mention we have a lot of detailed information in our tech memo on outreach. It's almost 600 pages, so as Mary Preskin has said several times, be careful before you hit print. But anyway, across the board, we heard back from folks that they want to see water from the SPROG concept and from other sources as well be used as efficiently as possible. Folks were very consistent with that. In fact, we think that maybe that should be another guiding principle. Municipal providers, among other things, recognize that this organizational framework discussion is going to be something that's ongoing into the future and will be an evolving discussion. Ag users told us that ATMs, while potentially a viable component of the SPROG concept, should really be used as a supply of last resort. So let's do our best to develop what we can from unappropriated supplies and then come to ag to lease their water. And then finally, environmental and rec users were really glad to be at the table early on in the process. And we had some really fruitful discussions with them about different strategies that could be incorporated into this concept in order to meet some of their needs. We tried to get into some specifics, but we got a little bit of pushback there. It's a little too early for that. We don't know who the specific participants are, what specific storage facilities might look like, and where water might be moving around. But they definitely wanted to see that conversation keep moving into the future. So that's a little bit about outreach. Governance frameworks. This is, I found, one of the more interesting parts of this. So we started with 13 potential frameworks that we thought might be able to work. And then based on the outreach that was conducted, whittled that down to 6 different frameworks, not only the outreach, but also working with the advisory committee and some of the judgment of the professionals on the team. And I'll just read these off to you, maybe a little bit small on the screen there, but the 6 that we identified for further research were nonprofit corporations, water conservancy districts, existing governmental agencies like a sub-district, regional water authorities, intergovernmental agreements, and memoranda of understanding. And in the report, we provide some pros and cons of each one of those types of structures. And then we also provide a comparison of those 6 structures against 7 different criteria. The criteria being like adaptability. How adaptable is this particular type of organization compared to others? How easy is it to form? What are the legal protections for the participants? The idea here was to provide some reference information and some a good database for this continuing and evolving discussion about organizational frameworks. So we didn't make a specific recommendation as to what should move forward. Another objective that was an important one was to refine the concept based on the feedback that we received from potential participants. And so we weighed that pretty heavily, and we developed 4 different alternatives. Sometimes you see alternatives that have one goal and you have different alternatives to meet that goal. These 4 alternatives looked at different levels of delivery. So the goals were a little bit different for each alternative. The idea was to explore a range of possibilities. We used some modeling, some existing modeling, and refined that to reflect these. And then I'll get into some discussions we had on environmental and rec strategies. Like any modeling analysis, the assumptions you make are very important to the results. And so I listed a few here. The report has a lot more, but we wanted to make sure that we are accounting for projects that are going to come online and that we're not sort of overstating the amount of water that's available for this concept. And so we have a few projects that we accounted for in the modeling and reduced our available supply by those projects. And then we also were concerned about exchanges. We'd like to move water around in this concept via exchange as much as we can, but we recognize there are existing exchanges that are conditional that haven't yet been fully implemented, and so we tried to adjust for that too to make sure we're not overstating the exchange capacity. We assume that in dry conditions, municipalities would enact more aggressive conservation to lower their demands, and so the effect of that was that we didn't need quite as big a infrastructure as we might need to get us through really, really dry times. Ag demands were met with available supplies after we meet municipal demands, which is an assumption we've made throughout this concept discussion. And then also, ATMs are primarily used for drought recovery and drought year supply, which was consistent with what we heard from ag users. So I'll give you just a quick overview of what this concept looks like geographically. So on the lower left part of the screen here, we show the blue ribbon there. That's the South Platte River, and in the lower left is the Denver metro area. And then the state line is approximately on the top right there. And I have 2 diagrams. One is for the first alternative, which we called refine the initial concept. We came into this study with an idea of what this might look like, and so we made refinements to that. And the original thinking was that we would have 3 different locations where we would put storage. These are off-channel reservoirs, perhaps they're gravel pits, perhaps it's aquifer storage and recovery. We weren't specific on that. We just thought that we would need storage in these general locations. And so the first location is just downstream of Denver. The second location is just downstream of Kersey near Greeley. And the third location is just downstream of Fort Morgan near Balzac. The idea here was to move water
among the reservoirs, or among the storage locations rather, and then deliver water to a couple of demand gateways. Once that water is delivered there, whoever the participants are would take that water from there and provide it to their users. We have a location near the confluence of the South Platte and the Poudre, which we call the NOCO gateway, and then we also have another gateway down here that is the Denver metro area that could also potentially meet some of these the needs of some smaller communities north of Denver. I'm going to fast forward here then to this additional delivery alternative, which we nicknamed Go Big. And it really looks at meeting some additional demands in the Denver metro area and throughout the basin, and then adding additional infrastructure. So this is kind of on the other end of the spectrum. The other two alternatives are kind of a mix of these. You can see we added another reservoir down by the state line, and we also added a pipeline between this storage downstream of Fort Morgan and the Denver metro area to make some direct deliveries from that location and help us potentially circumvent some of the exchange capacity limitations we have in the middle part of the river there. I should mention this pipeline concept also is included in the second and third alternatives as well. This table here on the right describes the firm yield we were able to provide to municipal users and to agricultural users. We sort of divided that out among average and wet years and then dry years. So you can see, ranges here of 42,000 acre feet in wet and average years for municipalities, with the smaller alternatives up to 115,000 acre feet in dry years in the largest alternative. Significant amount of water for ag users as well. And then the total amount of storage in the basin, the storage capacity associated with these different storage facilities in these smaller concepts was a little over 200,000 acre feet, and the largest one was 409,000 acre feet. So, environmental and recreation strategies. We had, as I mentioned, 3 meetings with environmental and rec stakeholders, and that includes like the Nature Conservancy and Western Resource Advocates and Trout Unlimited and the Nature Conservancy, and had some really good discussions about the types of strategies that we could build into this thing to meet some of the needs in the South Platte from a recreational and environmental standpoint. A couple of things that I pulled out here. One potential strategy would be to incorporate some sort of an environmental pool into some of these storage facilities that could be released to enhance water quality or habitat. Potentially delivering water in creative ways to reservoirs. So, for example, if you have wetlands around the fringe of a reservoir, part of the delivery could potentially go to these wetlands, could overflow the wetlands then and then into the reservoir, and that would enhance that habitat. Maybe we could move water among these reservoirs strategically to put water in a dry up point that would enhance habitat and potentially recreational opportunities. So lots of really good thinking there that we want to continue into the future. We also talked about permitting considerations, and again, folks thought that it was maybe a little bit too early. We don't know enough specifics about this, but I think that we came out with some good strategies that could be applied for environmental mitigation at some point, or even to do some additional enhancements on the environmental and rec side. Okay, water treatment. This was a big question. What might we need to do to treat this water for municipal purposes? And we reviewed some water quality data. Water quality in the South Platte generally declines as you go from upstream to downstream. We found that total dissolved solids and nutrients are something that we need to treat for. One key assumption was that all the water that's going to a municipal end user is going to be treated. That may not play out to be the case in the future. Municipalities may have raw water needs, they may have augmentation needs, but for the purposes of this study, we assumed it's all going to be treated. We looked at advanced water treatment at various locations to rid ourselves of TDS and nutrients, at least down to acceptable levels. We took a conservative approach to figuring out what would happen with brine from advanced water treatment. Instead of assuming we would do deep well injection, we assumed that it would be mechanically evaporated and then disposed of in a landfill. 3 treatment locations at each, one at each of the gateways I mentioned earlier, and then also further downstream. Now, treatment is going to be expensive. Depending on the scenario, we had just short of $1.2 billion to just short of $1.5 billion. So it's going to be an expensive thing, but we'll get more into the cost estimates here in a minute. We also looked at non-point source treatment strategies as a way to potentially partially clean the water up in the river to lessen our treatment expense and our treatment needs, and found that it could definitely be a good companion strategy. It may not be adequate on its own to meet the water quality needs, but it could certainly be a useful a companion. So cost estimates, I'm showing 4 sets of numbers up here. On the top row, it's capital costs only for raw water and treated water. The bottom row are life cycle costs, which include capital plus 50 years of O&M. And you can see a lot of references to billions with a B. Raw water is $1.2 to $1.8 billion capital costs, depending on the scenario. If you provide all treated water, that almost doubles the cost. Life cycle costs are for raw water 1.8 to 2.6 billion, and then more for treated. So these are pretty big numbers for this overall concept, but it provides a lot of yield as well. And so if you reduce this down to a per acre foot cost, it really becomes comparable to other water development strategies, other sources that could be tapped to provide this level of supply. So finally then, the last objective was the communications and outreach plan. It has 4 different objectives. First, educate stakeholders, get feedback from stakeholders so we can continue to refine this concept. 2, engage potential participants. Who's really kind of excited and committed to see this thing forward? We need to recruit folks like that and get them on board to really participate in this actively. Educate the general public. The public needs to understand that we have future water needs. They need to understand not only what the SPROG concept is, but the need for it and the need to fund it. That's an important thing. And then also continue our fruitful discussions with environmental and rec, ag, municipal participants, tailoring our message to each different group that we meet with. Okay, recommendations. What did we find and how do we move forward? One of our most important findings was that before this study started, folks thought, yeah, this seems like something we could do from a technical and financial standpoint. And we didn't see anything that would change our minds on that. We found that it's technically and financially feasible. We should continue to study this concept. How might we do that? There's a lot of momentum to include this in the South Platte Basin Implementation Plan. I'm sure you'll hear more about that moving forward in that plan. It would be, I think, good to evaluate it under the 5 future planning scenarios that are included in the water plan. I mentioned continued communication is important. We need to not lose sight of this organizational framework discussion. I think that's going to be an important one. We need to keep our eye on finding the best fit. Related to that, we have a good idea of what this might cost. How are we going to pay for it? So I think that's another important evaluation that kind of goes hand in hand with the organizational framework. We had some good discussions with ag on ATMs. We need to continue that. What's the appropriate role for ATMs in this concept? What might it cost? What are some secondary economic impacts, and what do we do about that? And also then, finally, we have several recommendations regarding water treatment, but understanding how much of the yield that would need to be treated versus how much could be raw water supply would impact our treatment strategies and importantly our costs as well. So moving forward, we think that this requires leadership to move forward. And we see that in two ways. One is going to be through the basin roundtables as they think about this in the context of their basin implementation plan. Another is we need some committed water managers, some committed water providers to take this and run with it. And a way that that could happen is with a temporary, flexible agreement, like a memorandum of understanding, that would kind of define the relationships of these sort of excited partners. It could be a way you could get some additional funding. It could be a way you could recruit other members or look at what other water providers are doing and figure out how could we expand some proposed projects to meet multiple needs. But the bottom line is we've got some great momentum with this study thanks to the WSRF funding. And we need to continue moving forward with it. So with that, maybe I have a minute or two for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you so much for making the time and adjusting your schedule to present to us today.
No problem. Thank you.
Impressive work.
Thanks.
Director Dutton?
Sorry, I thought about it and then forgot it, and here it is again. I don't need the whole 600 pages, but is there an executive summary somewhere on anyone's website or anything?
Yeah, so if you go on the southplatte.basin.com website, we have the overall project report, and we tried to put that together in a sort of abbreviated and consumable format. I think it's like 40-some pages, and there is a section on the outreach.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Director Schwartz?
Thank you. Not a question, but thank you. It's such a great model for collective thinking, looking at the past and looking at the future and where the opportunities lie to start to address the impacts on agriculture. I think it's a great model for even other regions to embrace, but you seem to be the epicenter of a lot of pressure. That region seems to be the epicenter of a lot of pressure.
Thank you.
We're at the end of our agenda for today. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
The move? There's probably 5 motions on the table.
Motion from Director Schwartz to adjourn. Did I see a second? Director Dutton. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed signify by saying nay. We are adjourned.
Thank you.